Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Can I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be resolved the February 15th, 2024 regular meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Hearing none, before we go on to adopting the minutes, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of Norma Goodger. I know I won't be eloquent enough to say what needs to be said, but Norma has volunteered her services in our community for many, many years and in so many ways, and was also always willing to help her friends. She volunteered on a number of Algonquin Highlands committees. She literally ran Heritage Day for years. She was the president of the Couchog Lake Association for, I believe, over 25 years. She also operated as their lake steward for many years. She was involved in her choir, and she worked so hard to raise awareness for the gay community in Haliburton County. And she was a wonderful friend, and I can attest to that. Norma was also a member of the CHA. She worked on the Love Your Lakes program, which is a benefit to us all. And just once again, she was a really good friend to so many people, and she will be sorely missed by many of us in the county. On a somewhat lighter note, just a reminder to members of council that we do have an agreement to give a report on what we learned or some of the key highlights of the Roma conference. So just to put your thinking caps on, and we'll be putting that on the agenda for the next meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of February the 1st? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved the February 1st, 2024 regular council meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meeting today, but we have a number of exciting delegations today. First up is Roland Lang and Faye Martin from Places for People to talk about the programs that they've got. So if you'd like to come up to the mic. Well, I mean, you're welcome to move a chair over, and if you absolutely, you're not getting off the hook. So I just welcome to you both. We've for some time we've been saying that we want to have a discussion about housing and what we can possibly do in the area of housing. We've made some changes to our zoning bylaw and our official plan. But we're hoping that, with the three organizations that are going to be speaking today, that you'll give us some food for thought and some ideas about how we can move forward. So later on today, we'll be having a general discussion about what we'd like to be able to do.
Great.
Anyway, having said that, welcome and over to you.
Thanks very much for inviting us. Really happy to be here. So I'm going to sort of start this, give you the Coles notes on Places for People, because I was a founder and I've been around forever. And then Roland's going to take it over because he's a construction type guy and sees the world in a different way. And together we make a really good team. So if we have the first slide, please. This is our mandate and our mission. And I won't patronize you by reading it because you're perfectly capable of reading it. Mostly we create and manage affordable housing, rental housing in Haliburton County. And we've been around since, next slide, please. We've been around since 2007, got charitable status in 2008. And over the first number of years, we acquired 4 properties really. And we did it by buying them, renovating them, renting them, and then fundraising in order to get the mortgage down to the point where the house was self-sustaining. And then we would go on to get the next acquisition. So in 2018, we decided that was the slow boat to China, and that need was increasing very much more quickly than we could keep up with or even begin to address it. So we decided we would go for new builds that were multi-unit, that we would change our focus from family housing, which is what it had been because of the nature of the housing stock, to small households, 1 and 2 person households. Because the evidence, as you probably know, is that that's the most dire need in the community. I forget the numbers. It's something like 68% of households are 1 and 2 person households in our county. And most of the housing is single family homes, 3-bedroom, etc. So very bad match between the two. And we decided we would do something, what we could, to address the small units, which of course are also more affordable. So in 2018, we decided we needed to kind of rejig the organization to get ready to play with the big boys. And we mostly what we needed to do was look at changing our funding formula. We always did what we did without government assistance other than rent subsidies, right? So all of our properties were held by private mortgages or promissory notes or some combination thereof, which really attests to how the community cares about how it takes control over what it can to make the world the place they want it to be. That was fine for what we were doing, but if we were going to get into millions of dollars of project, that wasn't going to work. So then we began looking at that point with community bonds. And in the meantime, we were looking to do some developments, and we looked at 1, 2, 3 projects, and they all foundered for a variety of reasons. So we get up and we're going to do this new build, and then something would happen and it wasn't going to work. And then start again. Because though our whole trajectory about building went so slowly, we had money in the bank. And so there was an opportunity came up to buy a 5-plex on Highway 118 in your territory. And we were able to compete in the market to buy that. So that, and they are all small units. They're 1 and 2 bedroom units. So that got us into A, multi-units, and B, small units. It's market housing. The rest of our housing was rent geared to income. We were going to make the move to, what do you want? Combined demography, like various ages, stages, and economic capacity. Because in order to build affordable, you need to have some at market and some at above market. That's the only way you can get an affordable budget going. And you can't get government money unless you've got a budget that's financially self-sustaining, right from the giddy up. That's important for you to know when you talk about, talk about what can be done. So in 2020, we acquired that 5-plex, which means that Algonquin Highlands, out of our 12 units, has 7 of them. Congratulations. There's 2 in Dysart, 2 in Highlands East, and a single family dwelling in Minden. Okay, I think that's me. I forgot to say, okay, next, we can change to the next slide, and it's Roland's turn.
So as Faye mentioned, we have changed our trajectory and our direction somewhat, and because the housing crisis has become, because the housing situation has become more of a crisis, I should say, and everybody knows that's a problem. We don't need to rant on about that right now, but we've decided that we need to ramp up and try and figure out a way to accelerate our process to be looking at bigger and bigger projects, because since COVID, of course, the price of real estate has gone through the roof, and so that's really put us at a disadvantage being for a not-for-profit, because we don't have any money. That's the problem. So my role is to go out and talk to anybody and everybody who would be interested in supporting us. But we're doing a number of initiatives. So the big thing that you all would have heard of was the community bond raise last summer, which was incredibly successful. Tapestry Capital, with the company from the financial company from Toronto, whose specialty is doing community bonds, community fundraising. They've been doing this for 20 years, and as far as they know, this is the first time a community bond issue has ever been done for affordable housing. So that was a real feather in our cap. The second thing was that they had never seen an organization reach its goal so quickly. So we had allowed 4 months to reach our goal, and we did it in about 3.5. And now we regret that we didn't ask for more money because it was very successful. And the community really got on board with this. It was very exciting, and we want to continue building on that momentum. And we will do another community bond raise at some point in time when we have the right kind of project. But what the exercise allowed us to do is to expose our portfolio. And as you can see, we've got a market value of 2.5 million on the existing properties. And 3 of those properties are now clear because of we erased the debt with the bond raise, excuse me. So that puts us in a better position for borrowing. And we are actually right now, we're currently looking at a couple different properties, existing properties that we want to buy and maintain and keep in the rental pool in the county, because there are so few properties out there. So we want to try to preserve that. And we have another build in Halliburton coming up at some point in time within the next
Hard to say.
century. Maybe by 2025, we'll be able to start building there. That was the other lesson that we learned during COVID, was that we can't put all our eggs in one basket and hope and pray and wish that that project's going to come along. We have to continue moving in the meantime until this one comes along, which is very exciting, but it's a long ways away. And as I mentioned before, my role is to help look for new funding partnerships. So next slide, please. So I'm going to just run through these fairly quickly. These are some of the things that we are looking at doing, new initiatives or slightly different. One of the things is to manage rental properties on behalf of homeowners, because we know that that's a big barrier for many people. They don't want to be involved with that process. And if we could take that on for them and increase the rental pool, that would be fairly significant. Encourage short-term rentals and move towards long-term rentals. Assist homeowners to plan, implement, manage secondary suites, coach houses, garden suites, etc., as the rules of the various councils will allow that to happen. And then to assist homeowners with various kinds of development. So for example, you've already identified 4 properties in the township which you want to slate for affordable housing. So how can we help connect homeowners and the council and developers, etc., to build something on those affordable properties? And then finally, assist with the repair of substandard homes for sustainable housing. So all of those are possibilities in terms of where we're moving forward to. Could I have the next slide, please? But the really important ask that we have for today is that we do have this beautiful property on 118 at Nina Tigo Road, right? I always get that wrong. Did I get that right? Nina Tigo? Yeah. Okay, good. I drive by that sign 100 times a week, and I promptly forget how to pronounce it every time I go by. So it's a beautiful property, 5-plex that's right next to the highway, and then there's this gorgeous backyard that is just absolutely perfect for some kind of a development. And so we would like to suggest a pilot project where we would work with you in order to deal with the infrastructure rules there. There's going to be some issues around septic. But we would like to put in a cluster of tiny houses, a cluster of small homes, something like that, 2 to 3, 4 homes maybe that would fit in that backyard, and use that as a pilot project, use that as a model. We can use that as a model for our promotion to show what is possible for affordable housing. You can use that as a model to show how public and private partnerships can work together. Public and private organizations can work together in order to create some kind of initiative for affordable housing. And I think this is just a perfect opportunity for us to move fairly quickly on something. We're very excited about this. We've been talking about this since we bought the property 2 years ago. And we would like to try to figure out a way that we can work with you on this in order to make that happen. And we firmly believe that everyone has to look at affordable housing in a different way. We have to look at it in different ways that we've never looked at it before. And the problem is so acute. The needs are so great out there. How can we start implementing things at a much faster pace and make it work for everyone? And I think we have a minute to spare.
Well done. I'd like to First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the success of your fundraising project. I mean, that was just absolutely fabulous. To be able to achieve that goal in shorter time than anticipated is really something to celebrate. I really do look forward to an opportunity to being able to work with you. I think that we probably would need a few more details and something specific in writing about that to, get a conversation going, but I'd really like to see how we can help that project go forward and what part we might play in that. I'm particularly interested as well in your direction to try and manage short-term rentals and how you see that working. I think that's an interesting direction to take, and I surely hope that there's some success there, because there's been a lot of the short-term rental owners are suggesting that they have no interest whatsoever in becoming long-term rentals because of the Landlord-Tenant Act and the challenges associated with that. So, I'd be interested to see how you plan on moving forward with that and the level of success that you've got, that you have.
What I think we bring to that is that our tenant population is relatively hard to serve, right? And we've had very good progress with it. So I think we do know something about selecting and supporting tenants so that it works well for them. And if it works well for them, it works well for us. So that's sort of the skill set that we're bringing to it. What can I say? When you read what the pushback is that you're getting around short-term rentals, it's that people need income, and they do need income, I think. And there's lots of space here in this community that is underutilized, and there's lots of people who need housing. So could we put the two of them together in some way? We don't know what those conversations would look like yet, because we would need to be paid for doing that function, right? And what does that do to the funding formula? We don't know a lot of that stuff. What we're thinking is we want to develop kind of another social enterprise that is funded. We're looking for funding for about 3 years to figure out what exactly would that not-for-profit do around, long-term rental, short-term rental to long-term rental, managing other people's houses that they buy. They buy it on speculation. They want some revenue. They don't want to be a landlord, certainly not from a distance. Can we help? Yes. How much will they pay us? And we can still keep the rent affordable for the people that live in our community. And then the other one that it's not come up here very much, but we know that a lot of people live in housing that is probably a bit substandard, and maybe getting so as they age. They haven't been able to afford to keep it in good working order. And so then when badness befalls them, they often can't remain in those homes, right? Somebody falls, breaks their hips, they need after surgery care. The health people can't come or won't come because it's an unsafe place. And therefore they have to go back to hospital to be otherwise placed. And it's a terrible situation. And there's one in the county right now where there's people living in substandard housing, and something's got to go. It doesn't meet code. It's not safe. But if the municipality exercises its rights to turf people, then they're out on the street. So nobody wants to do that. What can we do to address those issues? I don't know. That's the question. So we're in very early stages of that. And we need to hire somebody to do the hard work of figuring that out. We need money to do that. We're at the getting money stage, we hope. And then we'll be consulting with people like you about how precisely would that fit for what you do. Like, I'd be talking to your building people about, do you have places you should condemn, but you really don't want to because it's the best that's available. And the long-term, short-term, I don't know, because I don't know how those people think. I only know how they snarl at you for bringing in legislation. But, surely there's a way that we can reach common ground. Yeah.
I know that a number of us have brought up the subject of tiny homes and a tiny home development, and I think that that's something that does interest us all.
Yeah.
So I look forward to hearing more about that. Questions from council? Councillor Richards.
Hi, Faye.
Hi.
Nice to see you. I'm wondering if you have a waiting list for people in the county at all to indicate to you how many units we really need to get built here.
We don't keep a waiting list because there's so little movement in our units, right? They have just stayed put, and they will stay put because there's not many options. So we think that, it's kind of unfair to say, put your name on the list. Because also we don't know what will be available, and we would have to choose somebody that was suitable for that unit. So we just, when we have a place, we indicate that it's available, and then we interview from who comes forth. In terms of how many people need, oh my God, I mean, there's numbers and numbers and numbers, and all of those numbers underestimate the real need. Because a lot of housing in rural areas is hidden housing, homelessness is hidden. So it's people, overcrowded, couch surfing, living in places that ought not to be lived in, that sort of thing. And they don't self-identify as homeless, so they don't. Plus the counting mechanisms are not rural friendly. So the numbers that are official are significantly an underestimate of the real need. That's where we go. We just know that whatever we do, for everything we can create, there's 10 people who need it. But proof? We don't need proof. We've got enough proof, I think. Yeah.
Other questions from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I am in principle very much in favor of interesting, bold, public-private partnerships in order to get good stuff done that one entity can't do all by itself. So I'm very receptive to continuing the conversation about how we might work together on partnerships. I wonder what kind of conversation you've had in the past of involving the commercial sector, and particularly the businesses in Algonquin Highlands or elsewhere in the county that cannot find staff simply because there is no housing, and may be interested in putting in a bit of funding with a sense of and I don't know how this works, but a dedicated space for folks who are interested in working for our local businesses.
Yes, to all of that. A couple of the properties that we're looking at buying right now, one of them in particular, we would convert into temporary worker housing. So we are looking at addressing that need, because everything has changed so much in the housing world that everybody needs housing, right? It doesn't matter who you are, or what your job is, or how much money you're making. There is just nothing available for people to live in, and that is seriously hurting the economy. So just a quick note, 3 minutes before I was leaving to come here this morning, my wife had found something what's happening in Muskoka. You probably already know about this, but it's an initiative between Explorers Edge, which is their tourism. I don't actually know what they do, but they're an entity that promotes tourism in Huntsville, and they're working with another organization, and they are specifically looking at creating a model where they bring people in, they train them in the tourism business, because tourism is the big employer, as it is here, and then they provide housing. So very, very interesting initiative for the 3 minutes I had to look at it. But I've already signed up for they have a public consultation next Thursday, so I'm going to find out a little bit more about that in terms of how could we bring that here, because I think absolutely we have to get some more support from the commercial side, from the business side, because they're just screaming for help.
Talk about using other people's money to do our thing, like the home builders.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So one of the properties that we looked at building, we were quite close to getting somebody else to buy it on our behalf, because they had money and we didn't, right? And then we would manage it.
Yeah, so because we never have any money. That's the other thing that's standing in our way, is that as soon as we come up against a piece of property, so it's $1 million. Well, the first place we go is we can't afford that. We can't. But what we need to do from our perspective is get that barrier out of the way by finding other sources of revenue. People who are interested in investing in the community, businesses who might support us, whatever kind of entity it might be, so that we don't have to be the ones worrying about the money. And so that is my job, is to try to find those people and try to find those organizations.
And yeah, we've had some pretty good, interesting starts with organizations who want to see housing happen, want rental housing to happen, don't want to manage rental housing, but would be prepared to put that money aside. Because the problem is usually, you build, you sell, you got the money, you put it back in the pot, you do it again. Rental, you don't get the money back in the pot, right? So that's a disincentive to people who live by that. But if they would just with part of their portfolio do that, and we did the work of managing it, there's been interest.
Mhm.
So we came close on one. And it's there.
Yeah.
And it might. That's how we live, is we just take, we take advantage of opportunity as it
We have,
presents
we
itself.
have to be flexible.
Yeah. right.
Well, and thankfully, the world is full of opportunity in many
Is
ways.
indeed, yeah.
Other questions? Counselor Barry?
Are all of the properties that you're talking about and projects strictly for rental, or would some of them be for like long-term rent to own, that type of thing?
That's interesting because at the fiveplex, because we own the property, we could look at land lease, which is like Hunter Creek, right? Where somebody owns the land, you rent it, but you own the property that's on it. I think we could look at that for our tiny house or small house cluster there. It would be another project. Because then it could be maybe rent to own. I don't know. Those are all really good questions though, because I think there is room for that sort of thing. That said, our lane is rental, and we know that we have much less rental property in the county than is needed. We're way behind the provincial average, but never say never, right? And everything is a bit of something, but you're going to hear from your next speaker about some other options on that one too. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. I'm sure that we'll be talking some more after we kind of get a little bit of a better idea about the direction that we want to take. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councilors Richards and Barry.
And we're very available. Just give us a holler. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks so much.
Moved by Counselor Richards, second by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives a presentation from Roland Lang and Faye Martin regarding places for people services as information.
all in favor? That's carried. Next up is Susan Zambonin, who's the CEO of Habitat for Humanity. Susan made a presentation to County Council about a property that the county has got, and I had a little conversation with her after the fact and thought it might be a great idea to have her come and tell us about Habitat for Humanity and what you do.
Thank you. I'm not sure how familiar everyone is with Habitat for Humanity or what we've done in the past. The way we have, so we do ownership. We don't do rentals. We're not allowed to do rentals based on our CRA charitable status. Although we know that's really important for a number of people and in our communities. So what we've done is, in the past, the way it has worked is Habitat's fundraised, built the houses, held the mortgage for homeowners at a 0 interest rate, and they pay it over 20, 25, 30 years, whatever it takes for them to pay it back. It's affordable because it's never more than 30% of their income. So we started this 41 unit project, and before we started that project, we knew we had to change our funding, our mortgage model, because we couldn't finance a $15 million project and wait 25 or 30 years to get our money back. Well, we could, except we'd never build another thing. We'd never get any other money available to us. So we changed our mortgage model, partnered with a local credit union, and they provide a first mortgage to our homeowners for what they qualify for. And then Habitat holds a second mortgage for the balance of the purchase price at 0 interest, 0 payments, until they sell or refinance at some point in the future when they can pay out the Habitat mortgage. And so that has become we still have both mortgage models available to us, but that is the model that we're using as much as possible. The idea being that we need to be able to cover the cost of construction between fundraising and our homeowners mortgage, first mortgage that we get in one lump sum. And then the rest we can hold for future developments. And one thing I should say is, anytime we receive money, donations, money from our homeowners from previous builds or current builds, all that money has to go into our fund for development, our fund for humanity, which can only be used to build or renovate houses for homeowners. It can't be used to pay our electricity bill or for the photocopier or even salaries other than the construction team. So it's a really good model. It's now more sustainable because of what we've changed it to. So I like to tell people about that because usually they think, well, you know, you're going to come in our community and you're going to have to fundraise X dollars to be able to pay for all this. And yes, we're going to fundraise and we want people to be part of this, but it is a sustainable model. So we finished 41 units at 33 Leahy's Lane in April of 2022. It's a 3-story condo, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We received Project of the Year and Condo of the Year from the Peterborough Home Builders Association and the Extended Impact Award from Habitat for Humanity Canada. Next slide, please. So we started construction this 2023, that was last year, last May, for a 12-unit stacked townhouse that is on the same property as the 41 unit, and that will be finished May 2024, May or June 2024. The reason we're able to do what we do is because of partnerships with trades and suppliers and municipalities that help us with some of those costs to help reduce our cost. So that's how we're able to make it affordable. Next slide, please. We do now make all of our units universal design. We needed to do a certain percentage that were barrier-free to meet our CMHC funding that we got for our 41 units, but we decided to make all 100% of our units universal design going forward. It's the right thing to do. It helps us to people to be able to age in place. Yes, it will require some changes, but not substantial changes compared to if we just built 20% that were barrier-free. And so that's just a design philosophy that we are following now. Next slide, please. And so we're working with a new company called Cormor on a future build single family home, which is 3D construction printed. And we're currently in the pre-development stage on 2 properties in Peterborough. So one, we bought 2 properties. They're going to be amalgamated. The houses on those properties will be removed and we're building a 5-story 41-unit condo. It's right on Lansdowne Street, so it's where they want to increase the density. The other building is on the east end of Lansdowne Street, where I just got the plan or proposed plans from the architect on Tuesday, and he feels that we could put 83 or 84 units on that property. Wow. Something really big compared to 41. But we're still doing single family homes. We've got some plans for 3 single family homes in Omimi because we've got land for it. Just in conversation with Norwood about some property there. Havelock has mentioned that they have some property. So it's not that we don't want to do single family homes. We will do them. The price has to be right for the land. We can't buy a piece of land and put one person or, you know, one family in there. We're trying to increase the density as much as possible. But if the community or the land doesn't suit a bigger build, then we'll build whatever is needed in that community and whatever looks good in that community as well. And we love to be building in Haliburton County, Algonquin Highlands, anywhere. This is our territory. It was expanded in about 2015, but we've never built in Algonquin Highlands, or sorry, in Haliburton County. we just haven't found the land up to this point. And now we're actively looking to be able to bring our program to this area.
Questions from council? Councillor Richards.
Provided there's not a lot of barriers put in the way
Mhm.
on a particular piece of land, how long do you estimate being able to complete a project?
So it depends what we're talking about for a project, right? If we're talking a single family home or a semi-detached home and the property's already zoned for that, if we can get the building permit in a couple weeks, we can have it built in probably 4 months. If you're talking something you have to go through the planning department and get land rezoned and it's something built bigger, that depends on your planning process, right? In Peterborough, that's like 2 years. And then you start construction, which is going to, if it's a big project like a 40 unit, that's going to be 18 months to build it. So depending on what it is and whether it's already zoned for that type of construction, it could be quite quick or it could take a long time.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Breaking your traditional mold a little bit in the
Mhm.
last couple of years was the PATH project in Peterborough. And I wonder if there is anything that suggests that these innovative kinds of partnerships which have short-term gains and longer-term visions is possible more generally moving forward, or whether that was really sort of a one-off.
Yeah, so the path, Peterborough Action for Tiny Homes, I had connected with them, I don't know, a year ago or a year and a half ago to help them try to find some land for what they wanted to do. And there were roadblocks put in their place all along. They found this property on Lansdowne and wanted to buy it, didn't have the money. Okay, we had the money, but we're not in the business of doing rentals. But then we looked at it and said, okay, but that we could land bank, right? They can only get the most they could do is get a temporary use bylaw amendment to have their sleeping cabins there for 3 years. It's going to take us 3 years to go through the development process. Why don't we lease it to them for 3 years? Then we'll build what we want to build, which is affordable housing at the end of that period. So if something like that came to us, we would definitely look at that. Our board is very forward thinking and, you know, I gotta say it, wonderful, plays on our board. But just wanting to find ways to make housing happen. For us, yes, affordable home ownership, but housing in general, right? We've talked with Places for People about what could we help with, right? And we've looked at some things with them. Hasn't worked out, but we're still going to keep looking at those sort of things in the future. Yeah, open to any suggestions, really.
We do have a small number of properties that that could be available for housing, and there's a lot of discussion that would need to take place, and some are more suitable than others because, you know, transportation is always an issue. You know, we've got a larger parcel that maybe could be used for a tiny home development. We've also got a parcel of land on 118 that could be used for some sort of multi-unit development. I guess I'm wondering what a partnership would look like if, for instance, we donated the land to you for a project.
Yeah, so my first suggestion or thought would be, in exchange for the land, if you were able to donate the land to us, we can either deed you some of the units if you wanted to be able to make them available. So let's say you wanted to own the units and then Places for People manage the rental of those. Or if you wanted to make them available for workers to be able to have a place while they're looking for other housing, or doctors or, you know, professionals in the community. I do know I had talked to some municipalities and who said, you know, we needed to hire somebody in our planning department, but they can't find a place to live. So they took a job somewhere else, right? So in exchange, you could own a unit or multiple units. Definitely look at that. We're not, do we want people to donate everything? Of course we do. But we're not naive to think that municipalities or individuals can just donate everything, right? And so if you want to donate the land and you get back that value in housing, we can do that. Especially with our new mortgage model, it makes it a financially viable model for us to be able to then pay for the land in one way or another.
Other questions for Susan? Sorry, Faye. Can't do that. I wish we could, but. Any other questions? I'd really like to thank you for the information. You've really given us more food for thought, different opportunities that we can consider. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
Thank you.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives a presentation from Susan Zamboni regarding Habitat for Humanity Services for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is Ed Peterson, who's the founder of and Director of Operations for the Tiny Town Association. Good morning, Mr. Peterson.
Morning, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I wanted to thank you all for an opportunity to present our projects to you, and hopefully I can answer some questions about what we're working to do. So this is actually a presentation we're working on for Elliott Lake because we are working to do a development there, but it seemed like we had gathered a lot of information that was relevant here. So I'm just going to kind of switch it to presenting to you. Next slide, please. So we're a federally incorporated not-for-profit. We were formed in 2017. Began as advocates for tiny homes and tiny home communities. I really saw at the time that tiny homes would be a good alternative housing or another housing option for people. Of course, in 2017, that was well before anybody was really acknowledging our housing crisis. So it's nice to see that that's come forward, and now, you know, we're looking at options for different forms of housing. So our big thing is we're looking to build sustainably, affordable, and we're focused on tiny homes. And really, we're focused on tiny homes because, as Places for People mentioned, 1- and 2-person housing is in greatest needs. I know a lot of focuses on families, and obviously so, because there's a big need there as well. But you know, singles and couples are really sort of left out of the mix. And somebody asked earlier, I think one of the councilors asked earlier, what sort of numbers? I did a lot of stat work when I started this, and at the time, it was basically 6.7% of your population was in housing need, and that was in 2017. We're figuring it's closer to 10 now. Just to have some sort of general numbers to look at. Next slide, please. We're a volunteer organization, so everybody is giving their time to help us work towards developing tiny home communities. As I mentioned, we started in 2017 just as an advocacy group. Now we're working towards building our first tiny home communities. Next slide, please. Interesting stat I ran into the other day was that the CMHC had said we're going to be short 3.5 million homes by 2030. And again, I did a lot of stat work early on when I was starting the association, and worked on, okay, well, if we need 3.5 million homes across Canada, you know, how many homes per day are we looking at needing to add to our housing stock? And then actually I pared it down to just Ontario, because we're located here in Ontario. So that's sort of where our focus is presently. And it was really shocking to look at the number of homes. It was, I think at the time, we were looking at about 500 new homes needed to be added every day. And that was after I took into account the stats as far as what we were building as traditional forms of housing. Then CMHC this year released a new update and said, well, that 3.5 million homes or 1.5 million homes we need in Ontario is in addition to what we're currently building, which of course is very scary, because if we're only able to, like, if we, unless we come up with new forms of housing and new players, if you will, in the housing industry, we're not going to be addressing those needs. And the most recent stats that I saw were from CIBC, where they said CMHC, according to their calculations, CMHC is actually underestimated, and we're actually moving towards 5 million homes across Canada as a shortage by 2030. So not to really, you know, be a negative on all this, but it's you know, it's just really pressing what we need to do to make a difference. Next slide, please. I do apologize because I'm really not one that can stick to a presentation as far as screen-based screen goes. I believe that this presentation was sent to you in advance, and also a link to our video on our website, which is really good, because myself and one of our other partners, Chad, we would do these presentations live like this, and I'm very bad for going on tangents, so I ask your indulgence there. So why tiny? This is a good question. There's lots of good reasons for tiny homes as an alternative housing option or another housing option. Once the infrastructure, and we're talking tiny home communities here, so where we are able to acquire a piece of property and put in the infrastructure into the property, so run our water and sewer and hydro throughout the property, then we can incrementally add houses, either based on our production ability or housing need. So even where a larger piece of property can be designated in a municipality as housing, it doesn't have to be fully developed for people to begin living in it. One of our associates is 12 Neighbors in Fredericton, and they're building a tiny home community there, and they're also manufacturing the homes that are going into the community. So that's the model we're following, and they're able to manufacture one home per week. So essentially every week they're able to add another home into their community and house somebody, either an individual or a couple, pardon me, in that house each week. So that's really exciting. And, you know, unlike a multi-story unit where you need to get X part of the unit developed before you can begin housing people, basically, you know, every week somebody new can be moving into the community. Next, please. Next slide, please. This is an example of a tiny home model we're working on. We have a number of manufacturers that we're partnering with to produce our model of home. This is not the final one, but I think it gives you a good example of what can be in a tiny home. So this is one that has a separate bedroom, complete 4-piece washroom, kitchen area, small dining area, and living area, living room area. And the living room can also be a second bedroom if that was needed. So this is a 12 by 32 home. So it's 384 square feet, planned to be manufactured offsite, brought to the site, and then mounted to a pier foundation. So, and the home is designed to meet all Ontario building code. So it's not a mobile home, it's not a trailer, it's a permanent home. It's the same as it'll be built to the same standards as any other home, but it's just small. Next slide, please. We're planning in our communities to have, we don't want it to look all the same. So this is the same home, but the home has been finished, the exterior has been finished in different ways. So in our model, this is our plan to have 4 to 6 different exterior finishes to the same interior design of the home. So we want the communities to look interesting and not look like mobile home parks or trailer parks, but rather small home communities. Next slide, please. Here's some of our target pricing in plans. Our target rental rate is $800 a month, and that includes utilities. We're looking to have 3 ownership, if you will, or 3 housing models. So a rental, stream, a rent to own program, and affordable to own as well. Our model is based on a 2-component system or program. The land is owned by a land trust, and the housing is cooperatively owned. So housing is planned to be cooperatively owned by the people living in the community, which will give them also the ability to manage the property. We didn't want, although the cooperative, we're working with our lawyers to create the cooperative so it will be a national cooperative. So if we have a community in Algonquin Highlands, and we have another in LA Lake and another one in Kingston, although they will operate independently through their charter, they'll have restrictions and requirements for operating their community, but they'll be part of the overall cooperative. So eventually a national cooperative. Next slide, please. Just an idea of some of the interior components that will go into the homes. We will have some variety initially on the home manufacturing, so that where people are choosing the affordable to own option, they will have a say in the interior components in the home. But all homes will be built to the same standard, whether they're a rental, rent to own, plan, or own. Next slide, please. Here's an example of some of what we're hoping to work towards. We've had conversations with a number of municipalities across Ontario, and we have 24 of them that have now come forward and said, we have land and we'd like to explore developing a tiny home community on that land with you. And essentially what our process is we begin with typically a presentation or conversation with some staff or council, and we ask that council would actually I made notes here, so I mentioned it the right way. Direct staff to provide us with information to prepare a formal proposal on the development of some municipal lands. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of another community we're working towards. This one was one of our earlier concepts for Elliott Lake. We're looking to build in 2 phases there, and the tiny home community, as well as a community center. We refer to the community center as a smart hub because all our utilities will run through the hub and make one connection point to the municipal services. And also the community center is a key point for us because, living in a small home, you don't really have a place that you can, it's not planned that you would be entertaining or having a lot of people come and visit you in your home. So that's the idea of the community center. It's a place where the community can gather, as well as as well as us having some shared amenities in the community center. Next slide, please. Just a few questions about, that we've had asked about tiny home communities. One of the big things is really, who will live in, well, no, the first question is we get is where are one of these communities? We like the idea of where can we see one? And of course, unfortunately, we don't have one as yet, where we're just working towards our first one. Hopefully we'll have that started by the end of this year. But the second question is, who will live in the community? And really, single people, whether they're people starting out or they're empty nesters, so singles and couples, those are a big demographic we expect will be living in our communities. In worker housing, that's another one that I've spoken to so many municipalities, and in fact, Wawa, I was speaking to them about a month ago, and they were saying we have people working in the mines making $100,000 a year, and they're living on people's couches because they just don't have places for them to live. So worker housing is right up there on the list of housing needs. And even single parent housing, another big one. So there's lots of demographics, and I think actually for single women in their 50s is a very big demographic for tiny home, especially across the US. Demographic of people that look to live in a tiny home. Next slide, please. I'm at the end. That may be the last one.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. I only ran through this one twice before, so I apologize for the stumbling.
It's all right. Questions for council, from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Would you speak to the environmental impact of tiny homes, sort of as a concept, but also have there been any material decisions or design decisions that you've made in your project that tries to improve even upon what the general concept can offer in terms of greenhouse gas emissions or environmental sustainability or whatever it might be?
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, I think probably one of the big things is when house is built in a modular factory, it's in a controlled environment. So first of all, we don't have to deal with the environment in the manufacturing process. So I mean, wood isn't getting wet, wood isn't freezing. So it's in every step of the home construction can be planned out. So it can be built very efficiently. So we're expecting a lot lower wastage than in traditional on-site built housing. And that'll, of course, that relates to both lower costs in the manufacturing and the final house cost process, as well as impact on the environment. We're looking to actually embrace 4 forms of construction. So one will be traditional stick build. That's the easiest for us to move into. So just wood framed housing construction. The second is a steel frame construction. The third is SIP panel construction, which we expect will probably be the fastest model to be able to build housing and also will be have the least waste. That's actually why the model that you saw there is 12 by 32. It's planned for SIP panels that are 4 by 8 panels. And the latest one is it's a combination, and this is the one I'm most excited about. It's a combination of systems. So it's a 3D printed exterior shell, a steel framed inner housing module, and then a steel framed roof system. This one, I was talking with, it was 2 weeks ago now, I guess, Nidus 3D. So they're a 3D printer in Kingston, and they have already produced, I think the first 3D printed house in Canada was on Wolf Island, and now they're doing a project in, I think, Alberta. But I was speaking with them, and we're really excited about this potential because our modular idea, in all the, as an example, in the houses behind me, so in this model, they all look different, but they're all the same interior house is the plan. And so this is where we're looking at with this last combination, producing the interior module, house module, framed in steel, that's completed in the factory, and then the house is 3D printed on site. So essentially the inner house module will come from the factory, be placed inside the 3D printed skeleton, and then a steel roof system is placed on top of that, sealing the house. So, you know, this will have the potential to really reduce the environmental impact because we're working with a lot of components that are actually recyclable. A lot of the house could be recycled in the future if that was the plan, but also it would be very low impact.
Other questions from council? I'm wondering how you best see a municipality working with your association on a project.
We ask that the municipality, we form a partnership, and in that partnership, we ask the municipality to provide land, and the land zoned for the development, and then all soft costs, so permits were required. And then we in turn will provide affordable housing rental units in that community of a equal value or similar value. And we don't plan that our housing is for any short period of time. So we refer to it as forever affordable. So our plan is that once the components are in the community, our cooperative budgeting includes maintenance of the units within a community. So we won't be seeking funding at any future date to maintain them. They'll be able to be managed and maintained by the community. So that's our proposal is basically very similar to, I like the habitat one. It's very similar in that, you know, we're providing but rental units for people that are, you know, living in the community.
I'm wondering if you look at a variety of sizes in units, or do you stick to the 384, I think it was 384 square feet?
We have, the focus has been strictly on the 384. However, NRB is one of our manufacturing partners, and they've proposed, they have essentially tiny row housing and also low, some 3-story housing as well, all modular. They're brought in, built from their factory and then assembled on site. So we've been looking at that depending on the property and that's available. And then of course, servicing, we can operate using Ontario approved communal systems, basically to cover all the needs of a community. And that would really be the limiting factor on what we'd be able to do as far as larger units, because the row housing were 2 and 3 bedroom models. And now the 3-story one was just single units, single bedroom units. But yes, so we're looking at that as a possibility. And I don't know if you got to read what I had sent previously, but we hope that municipalities will see us not as a for-profit developer, because we aren't, but more as another department of yours, in that we're partnering to develop affordable housing within your municipality, and that's our focus. So so yes, we've in multi room units, bedroom units have been a request since the beginning, so we're kind of bending to that.
I was happy to hear you mention the communal servicing, because we don't have water and sewer services here in Algonquin Highlands, so we would be looking at some kind of communal servicing model. Councillor Barry, you had a question?
Yeah, is the model that you're presenting, is it strictly based on rental, or is there an opportunity for purchase as well?
Yes, purchase and rent to own as well. Our purchase model is $150,000 for a unit. Now that's also that's a turnkey unit. So basically, you bring your dishes, bring your clothes, pardon me, and it's furnished and has all the appliances, etc. in it. So so that's the and of course that's on a service lot, because we run all the services. And in our model, we take the servicing from, if we're bringing in services now, if it's only electrical and electricity, then that would be what we would bring in, but we'd run that and roads, etc. throughout the community. So we basically take the development from the roadside in and throughout the community. And then we plan that the community will maintain that. So we're really trying to fit into your framework the easiest we can. So rather than looking to subdivide a property into a whole bunch of little lots or multiple services that have to be managed by you, we just become one address, one utility account in the municipality.
Any other questions? Councillor Richards?
I've heard, because of the popularity in tiny homes, a lot of the manufacturers of tiny homes are significantly behind in production of them. It's similar to the same question I had previously, provided there's not a lot of barriers in your way from our side of things. How quickly do you think you could build a small community?
Well, great question. It's, I only have some theory I can use for this. Depending on what we came to terms with as far as how the community was going to be developed. Because we can do a short-term sort of plan with a long-term plan behind it, if you will. So nice thing about tiny homes is they can be autonomous. Basically, we can build a tiny home and place it in a community, and we don't, using composting toilets or incinerating toilets, we can each home can provide those services to itself. There is, and again, for as an example, for water, one of the organizations I work with out west is they truck in water. It's stored in tanks in each home, and that's how they've been able to get their community up and running the fastest. That would be a way for us to be able to basically provide almost instant housing, because the houses don't require anything to be able to support people. So essentially, once we are able to run in a road and run power into the houses, then we can start placing houses. So that could happen as early as 1 month after we have a location, we could have housing starting to go in there. As far as, sort of talking to the question about manufacturing, we have a number of companies that we've sort of, when I say partner, it's not that we're, we're working with that can provide housing. And actually, we have some that have capacity right now. So I could probably have housing on a property within a month. And the housing could be configured to be independent of other servicing needs. And with a long-term plan that we would plan to put in larger communal services as the community developed, and then hook those homes into those services in the future. So we can provide quick housing but with a long-term plan for more community. This is kind of a long answer to maybe a short question, but.
Any other questions? Well, I'd really like to thank you for your presentation. You've added a lot more food for thought to our discussion that we'll be having going forward. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the delegation? Deputy Mayor Dayoud, Councillor Short-Reed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayoud, second by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, the council receives a presentation from Ed Peterson regarding Tiny Town Association services for information.
All in favor? That's carried. I'd like to thank all of the delegations today. It's really given us a lot of food for thought. It's exciting. I think we'll now take a break until 10:30. Welcome back to the meeting. Next on the agenda are the building and bylaw enforcement items. First up, the draft sign bylaw. I've got to say I was pleased to see the amended version. It's looking reasonably good, but I think we'll probably have some questions. But anyway, go ahead.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Yeah, draft sign bylaw is number one for your consideration. So Kristen was the author of said. I would respectfully like her to speak to it if I could.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So before you would have the draft bylaw for review. I am here to answer any questions as per the contents of the bylaw currently.
Okay, we'll open the floor to questions. You've all had the document for a while. Deputy Mayor Dayoud.
Thanks very much for the effort put into the draft bylaw. I've got 3 questions. Where in the list of definitions and exclusions and et cetera are the cottage signs such as Gilmore's this way? Because we've got so many of those. Many of them are on trees and they are part of our heritage. So how do they fit into this?
That's a very good question. At this point, this was the first draft put forward. I wasn't sure how council wanted to move forward on that type of signage. We can certainly note that pre-existing cottage signs, we can put it in there as that they would not be subject to removal at council's direction.
You're saying existing signs. Like I can see that really is a helpful thing when you're winding. Mind you, most of them are on private roads, so they probably wouldn't. They don't apply, right? Because we're talking about municipal roads, but some are on municipal roads. That would have been one of my questions as well about fingerboard signs, and because they really are quite helpful. And I'm not sure that I would look to council, but not just grandfathering existing ones, but allowing fingerboard signs to carry on. Thoughts? Councillor Richards?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of signs that are on municipal roads that are on utility poles or trees that are historical to directional to various properties, but also advertising for various businesses that are local to the community. Rather than explicitly remove their ability to put there, I'd prefer to see, that they be maintained instead. So they're not falling apart. They're not, an eyesore to the community. But that they can still put up their sign.
That's a different subject than just fingerboard signs that we're talking about, where people live. I'm not sure I agree with anybody just putting up an advertisement on any tree anywhere on a municipal right of way. But like, let's just stick to the fingerboard signs for starters. Carry on.
Sure, my feeling is that they do have a place in our community, and if we are able to let them stay, I'd much prefer that. I think lots of other folks would too, for the direction and for the heritage component, look to others on council, obviously. My other question, which I take as given, but just to have it out on the floor, a Crown Road, like Bear Lake Road, we wouldn't have any jurisdiction over that, correct? Yeah,
Correct.
so just to make sure that's on the floor. And my third question is, what about a sign like Save the Minden ER? Where would that fall into the bylaw?
So through you, Mayor, that if that is sitting on township owned property, that would be one of the signs that would, could be removed. But if council directed that that's type of signage particularly would, be something that we would need to have remain, that would sort of come back there. The council can make decisions on what signs can stay, but generally all those kind of signs would be pulled out and it is for safety reasons. A lot of those signs aren't being maintained. They're being covered by the snow right now. So they're being hidden underneath and they have metal and wire. So this bylaw is basically drafted, number one, for public safety, for sightlines for traffic, and as well for sort of accumulations of random signs just sort of popping up everywhere. Again, we can pull back and make changes as council sees fit, but this is a first draft attempt in order to sort of preserve the township from having the plethora of signage just randomly popping up everywhere.
About the signs, that's a good example because, I mean, it's a really emotional issue for a lot of people in the county, not just in Minden. And yet there have been a series of different signs, starting with, I think that was like warning, that the Minden ER is going to close. Well, that's happened and that sign is outdated. And then I think there have been maybe 2 or even 3 iterations of the same sign. I just wonder if, what we could do about limiting it to the most, and it's really hard for it to be monitored, how that might be managed. Because you don't want to go around and tear them all out when people's hearts are still ripped out or, in certain ways about that decision. Angie?
I'm just wondering if though that, I mean, this is governing municipal property, so it would be relatively simple, I would think, is just to ask the property owner to move it back onto their private property.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Go ahead.
Through you, that was sort of my next thought, that again, nothing's governing to say that you couldn't put that sign and advocate that sign and your beliefs on your own property. This is strictly for township and municipally owned property. And if I could point to section 3 under the general provisions, 3.4. We do have some exemptions for signs placed by charitable organizations and other recognized public service organizations, as well as signs that are erected to advertise public community events. So perhaps, if that is such a strong front, maybe that could be governed underneath those 2, that it would be exempt. But again, that would be up to council.
Well, I guess they're all exempt if they're on private property, not on municipal property. Was that the end of your questions? Councillor Berry, then Councillor Richards.
I have a few questions. I think just maybe some of the way that it's written, I did not find it clear that it was on township property or private property. It feels like there's some areas where it feels like it's on municipal property, but then others, it feels like it's on private property. One of the things, 3.1, it says no person shall erect or cause the erection of a sign on any utility pole under the jurisdiction of the township. Wouldn't the utility pole be under the jurisdiction of the utility provider?
Through you, Mayor, I guess I'd have to do some research into that. I was just concerning with if it's sitting on the township owned portion of the road allowance. I wasn't. I don't think I
No.
delved that deep, so perhaps I could maybe.
That would have been my understanding, that if it was a utility pole, it was on a municipal right of way, that it would apply. But if it was, you know, I mean, because sometimes there's a pole on someone's property that the same they would be able to do. Angie, then back to Lisa.
Maybe that just needs some clarification because it would need to say something like located on municipal road allowance because we don't have any utility poles under our jurisdiction. It would be located on municipal property, I would
Yeah,
think. That just
that's a good
requires
way to resolve that.
clarification.
Carry on, Councillor Berry.
On 3.3, it says no person shall erect or cause the erection of a sign directly or indirectly on a tree or any vegetation. And again, that's not specific. Is that on private property or municipal property?
Municipal property.
But then in the authorized sign, it's saying in the definitions, any sign on highway, township property or private property under the authority of the township. So that's not private property. So
What's in?
Sorry, can you just back me up to that?
I
last
just,
section?
in the authorized sign definition,
What's the section?
Oh,
section
definition.
2.1. I guess the clarity there is under the authority of the township for the purposes.
Oh, I see. Yep. I think that does need to have some tweaking then.
And then, can I have one more?
Yeah. absolutely.
3G, or sorry, 3.4G. It says signs placed by charitable or organizations or other recognized public service would be allowed. However, for a real estate sign, you need a real estate sign to sell a house, but that would be a profitable business. So I see there's a conflict there where you can have a sign if you have real estate, but you wouldn't be able to, like, there seems to be sort of a mix between for profit or not for profit.
But the real estate sign should be on the private property,
On the
not
property.
on the municipal property.
So the
For instance, a great example of that is every once in a while, you'll see the real estate sign on the municipally owned Shore Road allowance across the road. That's where they put their real estate sign, and I mean, that's definitely not on.
Also in H, it says, recognized events or signs erected to advertise on a public community event, festivals, including banners, signs, identify special events endorsed or sponsored by the township. How would that affect things like Hike Halliburton,
Studio tours.
studio tour, sales, that type of thing? Would those be?
I
Because
think
they're not
we-
really sponsored by the municipality, but supported.
Sure, and I think maybe we could add some verbiage to incorporate the county of Halliburton to support all our events in there. This was sort of more along in my mind, especially coming up was like the Dorset Snowball. Like, I mean, we're gonna want to have advertising for us, and then yes, I think in there, if council sees fit, we can include sponsored and endorsed from the county of Halliburton events. If that works.
Is there a way that, I mean, forgive me if I missed it, but is there a way to control the duration of time that some of those signs are up? Like, I mean, you would want them removed within a set period of time after the event's over?
We could do that through your mayor. This bylaw was not drafted with any time frame set. Again, this was just a first draft to see where council was sort of looking. I had a decent idea of what we were trying to regulate, but I didn't know to what extent. So we can most certainly put timing on there if, say 1 week after, 2 days after. I mean, it's completely up to council to.
Well, I mean, I would give them a reasonable amount of time, like, I don't know, a couple of weeks. I mean, what does council think about that? couple of weeks.
Okay.
Other questions?
I don't know if it's necessarily a question, it's just a comment. Like, I do feel that there are economic and cultural benefits to some of the signage that's there. And I think it's a slippery slope a little bit in regards to freedom of speech. And I think, you know, I can understand sightlines and safety issues, but I think generally this seems a little heavy. That's just my general observation.
I think there are all kinds of opportunities for people to erect signs on their property. And when you look at the distance between where the road allowance is and where their property is, if it's on their property, we're not restricting them. And that's where the, you know, the ability to say what you want on your own property kind of comes in. But having said that, I would like council to weigh in a little bit or think about in the definition of a sign. And I'm referring, I'm referring to the F Trudeau signs. Regardless of what you think, you know, politically, to me, that is an inappropriate sign. You're using inappropriate foul language, and some of them have been accepted because they're not signs, they're flags. And I don't know, to me, that's not a great message to be giving people, and yet no, I don't think that any of those signs are on municipal property. They're on private property, but I'm just sort of thinking about what are your little kids going to think when they see that kind of language in great big bold letters tacked to somebody's garage. And I'd like to hear thoughts about that. I mean, if it's freedom of speech, I acknowledge that. To me, it's not appropriate. And it doesn't matter whether it's Trudeau or Polyev or who it is.
I think staff would have to take this back and do a thorough review. Just thinking again of charter of rights and working through private property rights, and this bylaw is specifically drafted just for municipal property. I'm not sure the legalities and you know what surrounds trying to regulate those type of signs on someone's private property. I mean, we could certainly look into that if that's.
I had an example of someone who came to me with a complaint that they wanted to place a sign about their business on their own property. And the problem, I think, was with the size of their sign. The property next to them had one of those flags flying proudly. And she said, I don't understand why somebody could put a flag up like that that says something that's, you know, using inappropriate language. And I can't have a sign on my own property advertising my business because it's not quite the right size. And the response was, it's not a sign, it's a flag. And I somehow thought that it was a cop-out.
The signs for business are regulated in the zoning bylaw. So if council wanted to regulate something similar with including foul language and that sort of thing for private property, I would suggest we look at it from that perspective, not because this bylaw is specifically for municipal property.
Yep. Councilor Berry.
And that would also include road allowance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So there could be a case of someone could keep a sign remain, but they would be just told they have to move it back.
That's what I would recommend. Yes.
Yep. Councilor Richards.
I'm on the same page a lot with Councillor Berry. A couple of things, when I read this, I'm not entirely clear that we're only talking about municipal property. So I'd like to see a little bit of expansion there to make sure that we are not talking about private property. The section about the advertising public community events, festivals, etc. I don't think that we specifically endorse Lake Association events. And I don't think we want to get into having to endorse every single event that they do. And I don't have a problem with them putting up their sign for a week prior to the event to advertise that. It's usually on the side of the road. Sometimes it's a county road or whatever. as long as it's, we can say that it should be removed within X amount of time. I do very much agree with the X amount of time removal of almost everything. If you're a business or you lost your dog and you put up, my dog is missing on a utility pole. Okay, when your dog is found, go back and take the sign down. Or after X amount of time, go back and take the sign down. But to say that they can't put up that their dog is missing on a utility pole, I think that's going too far.
I don't disagree with the dog item. But how many signs, where's the line, I guess is all I'm asking. If we're gonna say okay to that, like what other signs get tacked up there and
Well,
how
exactly.
much do these folks have to keep an eye on?
Exactly. So, that's why just saying for X amount of time and a maintaining of that sign, I think is a more appropriate route to take than to try to list every single circumstance.
Thoughts on that? I'd like to hear thoughts more than nods. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, the reason I'm asking this is because this is part of the reason we brought the bylaw forward, is because this is what we've been hearing, not only from council, but from the public, is specifically about the number of signs on trees. And that it's not well received. And how do we enforce how long a sign is on a tree without going back to it to make sure that after 2 weeks it's removed?
Well, and in fact, there are lots of ways to advertise that your dog is missing without tacking a sign to a pole. And trees in particular, like I suspect that, from an environmental perspective, trees don't necessarily like to be spiked. Go ahead.
I was talking about utility poles, not trees, but
Well, there's a lot of signs on trees.
there are,
And
and so are we going to allow a wayfinder sign on a tree because it's been there for 30 years to help people find somebody's cottage, but don't you dare put a sign up there that says that your dog is missing.
well, okay, what about commercial advertising?
Same thing. There's tons
It's
of
not the
people
same
who are
thing.
not on social media or anything else. And they see those signs that, oh, there's a contractor that'll come do my landscaping, and they pull over, get the number down and phone them. And, I can see the ones that are on the side of the road that are stuck there forever and it's a piece of metal in the ground. But, there's signs on utility poles everywhere in this country. It's kind of the way of life.
Councillor Shortreed.
But then I see a sign, it's been there for probably over a year on a tree. It's a commercial business and the top's broken off and the bottom's broken off and it's just a useless piece of junk. So.
Well, I have to, I confess that the signs that are bothering me the most are the zebra blinds sign. I don't know that they're even from Halliburton County and, well, we're gonna have to land someplace because staff need clear direction about signs on, like, I do see the value in the fingerboard signs, but most of them are on cottage roads, on private roads, not necessarily on municipal roads, although there are a few. And differentiating them from commercial signs that are being put up. But I need to hear from other members of council. Councillor Barry.
Just looking at some of the fines too, like I could see people putting up signs like say a sign for a wedding or a shower or something, like a directional sort of sign. And, unconsciously putting it on that short or the road allowance and not realizing that it's that distance is there. Are we gonna be setting fines?
Well, I guess we would have to ask our bylaw enforcement folks, if there was a sign put up that was on a municipal road allowance close to the property line, or maybe people don't even know where their property lines are. And, you know, Kristen went and said, hey, we're gonna fine you $150. And somebody said, but like, I don't even know where my property line is. So like, I don't see them being slapped with a fine right off the bat, but I mean, we got into this sort of discussion with the last bylaw that we talked about. What's your approach? It was like the property standards discussion. Maybe we could hear from you on that.
Certainly. So we have to be reasonable. We're gonna know the difference between a sign, that's been sitting there for years, disheveled and in poor condition, or if it's a wedding sign that somebody literally just don't know. You know, we're gonna approach education is always first. We're gonna have that conversation. If it's a matter of just pushing it back a bit or moving it into a different area, that's what we're gonna go with first. We don't come in always and slap fines. I mean, the fines are basically coming because we've not been able to encourage compliance. And we have complete disregard for the bylaw, and then we're gonna have to do, our last recourse. So that's sort of the way that this bylaw department flows, and bylaw in general. I mean, we're not out to just lay the ticket first. We want to try to work with people. I would like to speak on the enforcement side. I do feel that it would be very difficult as officers to be able to garner certain timelines for how long signs have been out. I feel like that could become a completely full-time job for one officer, just with the vast size of our township. So I am concerned from that perspective. And if I may, if what you're wanting to do is start to really dive deep into it, I think we need a full bore sign bylaw that would regulate the size of signs, exactly where they're going to be put, a sign committee to have appeals, and we would license the signs. So then we would know when they went up. You know, they're going to have certain identification on them so that we could contact who put up the sign, how long it's been there. And I didn't garner that from the meeting in November. I thought we were trying to regulate the plethora of signs that sort of decrease from the beauty of what we have. And there are a lot of signs that are half falling apart and pose a hazard. So I think from what council's sort of saying, there are some verbiage tweaks that we can do to this, I think, to satisfy everyone. And I don't think, Councilor Richards, I don't think we'd be ripping down a lost dog sign. That's just not really us. I mean, maybe if it's been there for a couple of weeks and it starts to peel off, well, then maybe we're going to do something like that at that point. But I mean, we're going for the most part after the signs that are disheveled and going to cause some public health risks, or that have just been there too long in general, like years.
You're right on the money as far as my sense of what council's looking for was something that's reasonable, that, you know, we do want to protect the environment or the atmosphere that we have here, not something that's, you know, is a hammer. That's not what we're looking for. And you know, I think that unless there's something serious in the, you know, there's clarification required in the existing document, or you all agree that you want, you know, a change on something, then I don't see us diving into it too much deeper. We don't want to make this an administrative nightmare for everybody. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I agree with the sentiment on the lost dog posters, and I also agree with the sentiment on the high school student who wants to earn some additional dollars and has a little sign with a little cutouts of his phone number. That is how we generally operate in cottage country, and it is our heritage as well. Like this is a part of who we are. The potential compromise position that could be effective in some places, and I don't see how it would work in other places, are community billboards, open community billboards where people go, and if they want to advertise their thing, they open up the plexiglass and they stick their thing, and they complain that there isn't a little tag for them. And like it's also a part of cottage country is to use these sorts of community billboards, and we do see them used effectively in other areas, often by communal postal boxes, but we don't have communal postal boxes everywhere. So it's not a guaranteed obvious solution for everywhere, but for some places it could be a solution.
Jug City is a great example of that. I mean, there's signs that come and go all the time, just exactly like that. Works well. Other thoughts? Councilor Berry.
I do like the idea of um, the community signs and that, I think it's like not what you can't do, but what you can do, I think, in many opportunities. And I think offering those opportunities is great suggestion. Also, I think my big thing with this is just really clarifying that this is municipal land, and that I think if I could see it come back with that language, I would feel better about it.
Okay. Other comments? Councillor Richards, I'm seeing them, I'm almost hearing the wheels turning. You know, if there's something that you're looking for, or you really are determined to see changed or added to the bylaw, we need to hear it and come to some agreement. Because it's not enough for one of us to say we want something and the rest of that we all need to agree.
Well, I mean, I'll be completely honest. I think, you know, Kristen is correct in saying that, you know, the administrative enforcement of all of this has the potential to be quite high. And so at the bottom line in my eyes is, really, do we need this?
Need the bylaw at all.
At all.
Okay.
And, you know, I do like the concept of what can you do instead? But again, you know, we don't have communal boards everywhere. To do so is going to become a costly thing to do. So we're looking at enforcement costs and administration costs, costs of establishing communal boards in areas. How about just some public encouragement to take care of your signs? You know, not let them become decrepit. And, you know, let's work together to have a beautiful community.
I don't disagree with you. I just, but we are, as Councillor Barry has said, we're looking specifically at safety, at sight lines, at municipal property. And, when you think of the difference of a few feet back, people can do whatever they want. And that there is that freedom. And I didn't hear anybody say anything about the flags. So we'll leave that. But I guess I would look to other members of council. We've asked for this to come forward. I personally asked for this to come forward for council's consideration. But I did say at the time, this is just for us to consider. I hate to ask people to do work and then us say, we don't want to do this. But I mean, if we don't want to do this, I'm quite sure that the bylaw department are going to be happy to carry on with the other responsibilities that they've got. But I do think that there are some things within this bylaw that are reasonable, and that there are lots of opportunities for people to put up signage. So, Councillor Richards.
Don't we already inherently have the right to remove anything placed on municipal property that's not done by us? Like, so I would hate to see staff do more work on this, to do more work on this, to do more work on this until it gets to an acceptable place.
Well, we haven't
I
asked
think
for a
the
lot.
list is huge.
We haven't asked for a lot at this point in time.
So now's the time, in my eyes, to stop.
Councillor Barry.
I believe Greg nodded that we already have existing.
Existing, we can remove anything from municipal
From
property.
Through you, Mayor, yes, from what I understand, it's our property, so it's at our discretion as to what we do with it.
Yeah, I'll go to Kristen and then back to you.
And through that, just to piggyback off what Greg's mentioning here is, my concern would be the slippery slope, because then what are we taking? So we don't want to take a couple signs that may have some garage sale or dog, but we're going to pull someone else's. So where is the clarity on what we're taking as officers? Or is it everything? So as soon as you say, yes, it's township property, everything's got to go. This is the interim, in my opinion, solution to deal with what you would like to regulate and give us clear clear direction on what we're going to take.
This is the compromise.
This is the in-between, and then.
Which was what came to my mind, when we're talking about we can remove everything, but do we really want to remove everything? There are some things that we're agreeing that are okay. I'm gonna go to Deputy Mayor Dayu and then back to you.
I think the policy also serves to educate the public about what they can and cannot do. So even though we have a right to do something, it doesn't mean that we should be silent on it and then just rip away people's things. Like this is their ability to engage with our property in a way that we can all find successful for all of us. I don't believe we've asked for a great deal of change at this stage. I would like to think that we could bring this back and just see what those tweaks are. I think they're mainly verbiage at this stage. And have that sober second thought about, about the slippery slope and about, about it all. I don't mind that at all, considering that it would have to come back. On the question of flags, I do agree. I think that's something that would be treated outside of this conversation. I would prefer to see some other municipality be taken to the Supreme Court over, over freedom of speech questions than a little Algonquin Highlands. So I think we could get into some tricky territory there, and I would personally prefer to leave private property alone.
What about, we ask the public what they think about a sign bylaw? I mean, we talked about just taking greater steps in communicating with our public and asking them what they want or what they find acceptable. I think that this might be an appropriate opportunity to do just that, see what people think. You know, kind of do a bit of an outline, ask, sort of saying, here's kind of what's in our minds, having made the changes that have been asked for, clarifying that it's municipal property that we're talking about, not private property. And see what the public says. Because if there's a hue and cry that says, hey, we love our signs, or the other side around, I know I hear a lot of, what are we coming to with all of these signs all over the place? And I mean, I know that some of the provincial highways and even county roads that have got the bigger billboard signs, and that's more what's bothering people than other things. But I have heard a lot of complaints about the amount of signs in what is supposed to be a pristine environment that so many people come here to enjoy, and yet we're looking at signs everywhere.
I do think that's a good point, because I do think that when I read this, it felt very like on people's properties, on small cottage roads, on that type of thing, where I feel like the complaints that I've heard are the big billboards when you're driving in like a beautiful sort of vista, especially in the fall, and that you can't see the trees for all the signs type of thing.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of differences in what I was expecting to read here. I was like, whoa, this seems very like on your property opposed to.
So what are your thoughts about asking the public, doing a bit of a survey, or just putting it out there on Bang the Table? Councillor Shortreed.
I think it'll too remind the public that that property is township property, right? Just because their grass goes right to the edge of the road doesn't mean it's their property. So maybe they'll just tweak everybody thinking, okay, that's right. We'll put our signs on our own property.
That's not answering the question that I asked about.
Which I
So
agree.
what do you think about
I
a?
agree, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to see that go ahead. I think the real trick will be in how those questions are formatted so that people know we are talking about lost dog signs. We're not talking about, the big real estate billboards with the smiling faces. So I think the challenge will be there so people know what they're responding to. But it's doable.
Councillor Richards.
I certainly have no problem putting it out there for people to comment or give their opinion about, provided it's in context about what we are talking about. But, as it's been said a few times now, you're going to get the people who don't like the signs complaining, and the people putting up the signs are not going to say a word until it's taken away from them. So.
Well, let's see what kind of response we get. And if there needs to be a little bit of time and thought put into, how we put that out, and it can come back to us. I think that would be good. There's no hurry. We want to get it right. If we're going to do something, we want to get it right. And if we get a unanimous hell no, then, you know, we really need to think about it. Go ahead.
Can I ask what you're thinking for a timeline, just so Chad knows how to prioritize what he's doing?
To bring something back to us?
Yeah, as far as getting something out on Bang the Table and how long it stays out and when to bring it back.
Well, you know, I'm not sure what, I mean, you know better than we do what his, you know, list of priorities are. I don't know that there's any mad dash on this. You know, could he bring something back within, say, a month? Is that too much to ask, or?
Not at all, just as long as we know. If there is no rush, I was thinking more like, you know, May or June kind of thing.
Thoughts from council? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I'd be more interested, I think, in closer to the main season when people are thinking about their cottages again and going back out there. And also because even if we were to turn around and approve a policy right now, most of the activity doesn't really kickstart until closer to the summer season. So I wouldn't think that there's a rush to any time before May or June myself.
Other thoughts on timing? Okay. So we'll look to make some minor tweaks, you know, just in preparation. Well, and you've heard what we've agreed to today as far as minor tweaks. And then, you know, prepare something that can go out. I think we'd like to have a look at it before it goes out.
Is council interested in the input from the public on the proposed bylaw or just a sign bylaw in general?
Well, I think they need to know the details of the bylaw. You know, it's not just a bylaw. They need to know exactly like what bylaw, what do you mean? What are you talking about? We need to give them some details that's included in the existing draft. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
My vision at the minute is certainly to say, look, we're considering a bylaw, here's the draft, click the link. But then to get really bare bones about it and say, okay, here's a picture of a sign. Do you like this in your community or not? You know, here's a picture of a different location or a different thing that's part of the bylaw. What about this? Do you agree that these should be included, you know, should be allowed or not allowed? To get into the lived experience of it rather than the policy, coming at it from a policy perspective.
I don't want to complicate it too much. I mean, that sounds like it's getting complicated. Because there's a million different signs that could go up. That somebody might say, oh yeah, we're great with the dog sign, but we're not good with that sign, and I don't like that. You know, it just, I don't want to complicate it too much. It's already complicated enough when you ask somebody to read a bylaw.
If I might, and that's why I sort of see it as actually a simplification.
But they still need to know what it is we're intending to do.
Mhm.
Councillor Richards.
I agree, for the general public to see some samples of signage that we have existing is a good visualization. Some people can't necessarily, you know, read and understand legislation, but show them what we're talking about and they may have an opinion.
Councillor Berry.
Vote for the visual always.
Madam CAO.
And I know our communications coordinator is
Very
listening
inventive.
and watching. And so, yeah, I'm sure he can come up.
Okay, so we're all good with that? Okay, so I think we need a mover and a seconder to receive the draft. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Berry. And direction from council, I guess. I'm sure you've included that.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives bylaw report BLDG 224 regarding a draft sign bylaw for information. The council directs staff to prepare a survey for public consultation regarding regulating signs on township property through Bang the Table.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for that.
Welcome. Thank you.
And interesting that we would be talking about lost dog signs. We will now move on to
Great prelude.
draft dog control bylaw. I actually was a bit surprised to see this because I guess having looked at our our bylaw reports, it hasn't been necessarily crystal clear that we're really having an increasing problem with dogs. I do get the dangerous dog part, like that's something that we probably need to address. But anyway, good draft document and back over to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the draft dog control bylaw will be presented by Robert Maschia, so.
Well,
Thank you,
welcome,
Kristen.
Robert.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, so we're bringing forward a draft bylaw. Just looking at the previous dog bylaw. Staff felt that we need to, I think, spruce it up a little bit more, so that's why we decided to bring it forward. I'm here to answer any questions that council and yourself, Mayor, that you may have.
Councillor Barry.
Just curiosity, is this something that the province or the health unit has put on in our jurisdiction? Because I was under the impression, and I could be wrong, that dog situations were under the health unit or the OPP.
So the province passed it down to the OPP when it disbanded the OSPCA.
Mm-hmm.
And those enforcement measures were passed down to there, but it's now, they also said that it's up to the municipality to regulate the dogs and any other animals that are in the municipality. So this is why a lot of municipalities have, you'll see the bigger ones have their own separate departments that are specific to canine control or animal control and deal with the whole wide of it. Where small rural towns are working with just a canine control bylaw.
Mm.
So the health unit does get involved on certain occasions where animals have bitten humans.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to see the transmission of communicable diseases come to us humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'll step in alongside of what the municipality enforcement team is doing as well for it. So our main focus is our protection as well as our citizens, as well as what the health unit is, and adding on to that and just working together as working together basically to make sure that everybody's safe and we can take the appropriate measures to regulate everything, just not because we want to bear down on somebody, but just for health and safety of our township and our members of the town.
Speaking of health and safety, and this came from Councillor Barry. The question was raised about what sort of training might be required by our bylaw officers, in the case of handling a dangerous dog.
So there are a number of businesses out there that do offer enforcement, like municipalities that we can approach, and even there's only 2 of us here, so we can put out to other municipalities to join us and have a training session. I did when I was with my previous employer. I went to Gravenhurst, and Gravenhurst put out a half day or a day, I can't remember, and they brought in a company and they went through noticing example would be the dog's tail wag. What does tail wagging down mean? What does it mean when it's straight out? What does it mean when it's up? Its ears being up. What does that, what do those signs show? What kind of risk does it pose when the dog is doing that? And I did take it, and it was very informative. It gave me a different look out when I'm going out onto a dog control call. So I know I can keep my eyes and observations, not only when I'm talking with the the respective dog owner, but I can keep an eye on the dog and what I think the dog may or may not do and step back if I have to. So there are a lot, I believe, Kristen last year, or the year before, did a course as well with training.
In how to actually capture the dog?
They show you how to use the catch pole, like this course that I went to didn't have a catch pole with them, but showed one on their slides and how to use it, how to properly attach it to the dog per se. And it was very informative on how to use it. So there are the companies out there that will train officers on doing that.
Okay. Other questions? Councilor Berry, do you have other questions?
Is it necessary? Like, I can understand, I mean, people, whether you have a good dog or a bad dog, people love their dogs. And if, I just want to know a little bit more in regards to section 8 and the powers of entering into someone's house to take a dog is it could be dangerous for the dog owner who might lose their temper, or the dog itself, or the person collecting the dog. And I just wonder, would that be the first step, or would there be like a notice, a letter, that type of thing, registered information, versus just showing up and like, your time is up, we're taking your dog?
A good question, and through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just go back to how Kristen was talking in the sign bylaw with enforcement as well. Same approach, education and encouragement before we do anything on the enforcement end of things. So before we come and have to take your dog because you're not listening. But I mean, this is something that we don't want to come in heavy-handed. That's not what bylaw is all about. We're not here to come in and boom, here's $150 fine. No, it's not. It's sending out, going to the dog owner and speaking with them and saying, listen, here's some information we can give you, whether it be on people that can help train your dog so you can get more obedient dog, or just help them wrangle in their drive, right, and whatnot. So it's definitely not something that we're gonna firsthand. Okay, well, your dog did this, so we're gonna come in and take it right away from you. Not gonna happen. That would have to be an extreme measure to really, and if we didn't have to go in on that kind of that hand, we would definitely have the assistance of law enforcement to help us with that.
But you're saying that ultimately you can enter someone's house.
That would probably take a search warrant if I'm not mistaken. We'd have to look into that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thank you very much. Few thoughts. First, gotta say, I love that we use the term harboring a dog. I think it reminds me of a criminal on the lam that's being harbored by, Osama bin Laden in the caves of Afghanistan. It's just fabulous, and I hope we never lose the the term. It's great. I do have a couple of specific points. Section 2.3, definition of dangerous dog. Is there scope to include there a dog that attacks wildlife? Because we're surrounded by it. Foxes, chippies, anything like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I wouldn't.
Chipmunks.
I would say a dog going after wildlife. I don't think the scope would be there. for
The
that.
scope isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I
Completely understand where you're coming from with the
Yeah.
question. I agree with you, but no, I don't think that would be a scope that we would go after. Oh, your dog
okay,
went after a squirrel.
In their nature.
it is, but if there's a
That's what
dog,
everybody says, squirrel.
but say there's a den of fox kits, for example, or beaver kits, it's not a non-question either. I think it's we don't want dogs to be off attacking other things, but if it's not in the scope, then that's the answer to my question. Section 3.1. Every person who owns or harbors a dog shall obtain a license for the dog and register the dog with the Township of Algonquin Highlands. Does that include seasonal residents as well as permanent?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay.
What if they're licensed somewhere else?
Then I would have to look into that one for you, Madam Mayor.
Because I could see that argument
I can
being
see
made,
that
look,
too,
I
yes.
paid for a license. If you need to find out whose dog this is, it's got a tag from somewhere and you can find out who the owner is. Just something to double check.
Right.
If that's definitely, we can, through you, Madam Mayor, that we can look at and change the verbiage as well for that to include, exempt seasonal residents. that have tags.
Just something wording like unless they're licensed somewhere else.
Right, and if that, I guess if that information is available, because the licensing itself is helpful in identifying the owner, et cetera. So however that can be made to work. Great. Section 4.3 and 4.4. 4.3, every owner shall, upon leaving the property, ensure the dog is properly leashed and if stipulated, muzzled. And then 4.4 is no person who owns or keeps a dog shall knowingly or unknowingly permit the dog to run at large. There are a lot of dogs that do run at large on walks, especially up cottage roads, which are not frequented by traffic. There are other dogs that are at large on their own properties, and I don't believe you're addressing on property here, but they might go next door to the neighbors, and that's okay with the neighbors. And I think we're back into the kind of conversation we had a few minutes ago of, how do we draw that line, or do we want to be really draconian about dogs not ever being able to be off leash in a place where historically, they come to the cottage in order to be off leash? It's not an easy one for me.
Madam CAO?
Our current bylaw regulates that. It's a dog, like dogs are not permitted to be at large. And it's enforced in a reasonable manner. Like it's usually only if there's a complaint.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Carry on.
Okay, great. That's helpful. 4.6, no owner shall have a dog on public property unless the dog is leashed and under control. So what about our copious amounts of crown land, which is public land? Do we have any enforcement capability, or is the scope even touching crown land?
We wouldn't have the scope of authority on the crown land. It would, and again, to go back to your earlier point of the talk a few minutes ago, and we can change that verbiage so it makes it more clear if council wishes to say most of this is the running at large, the walking off leash on public property or having on public property without being on a leash is all township property based. It's not private property. Well, I'm not going to come on your property and tell you you can't have your dog running at large on your own property. That's not what we're going for in this bylaw.
What about the circumstance where it's a cottage road? It's not a municipal road. It's a private road. And I mean, people walk their dogs all the time on roads like that, and I mean, they run free. But it's a problem dog that's running free. It's bitten somebody, or it's threatening people.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a dog that's been bitten, that's bitten somebody or something, or another domestic animal would have other restrictions on it. So they wouldn't be able to run it at large, whether it's a private road or a public road. That's where this section for dangerous dog and muzzle order would come into place for something like that. If that dog that's constantly running at large and all of a sudden we've investigated it 3 or 4 times and come up that we now feel that we need to declare it as a dangerous dog and issue a muzzle order to it or for the dog, then it would have those restrictions on it. But we're not going off after private property or privately owned and privately maintained roads. It's strictly any road or land that's owned by the municipality. And I feel another question may come up where the SRA, not regulating it on that if it's in front of your property or anything like that. It's just walking down the street. I've been on numerous calls where dogs come off properties and come out and bite on property.
Or act in a threatening way, not necessarily biting.
Yes.
I think there was one more question from Deputy Mayor Dayu and then move to you. And maybe before we get to you, Angie.
I just want to clarify something though. Because from my understanding, and I know certainly it is in the current bylaw, that if a dog is off property, but is still on private property, on a neighbor's property, we do regulate that. So it's running at large and the bylaw applies. So I'm not sure it's just exclusive to township property. I just want to clarify that for
Yeah.
council
No,
because
actually, I'm glad you did that.
yeah,
'Cause
if a dog got off leash, say it was my dog and it went to the neighbor's dog, property and they didn't want it there, the bylaw would be able to go and enforce that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I think that is very helpful clarification, and I do think that's a good clarification for the bylaw, just to avoid unnecessary disputes about, your dog shouldn't have been when actually they could be, and vice versa. So that would be great. I only have two other quick little things. 4.8 is about kennel fees, and I just not sure I understand the rationale behind charging a kennel fee.
If we have to pay kennel fees.
So that would
And-
be like breeding or housing
Oh.
dogs. In the township. So if you have a kennel facility, it's just, we wanted to make sure that you are following proper provincial mandates and stuff like that and make sure that you're operating right. And I think we would have to look at that in the zoning bylaw too, whether that's in there as well. So it's something that I can research again and bring it back to council if council wishes it.
I wonder if that is a good thing to look at in terms, as you say, of the zoning bylaw. Just the way it's written here, it seems a little bit arbitrary. And I'm sure there isn't anything arbitrary about it, but just to get more of a, if it's a cost because the bylaw office has to go out and verify certain things, then that makes a great deal of sense. So somehow making sure that that's contextualized would be really helpful. And then my very, very final point is section 5.5. After the expiration of the redemption period, the pound keeper may transport the dog to SPCA to have the dog put up for adoption or euthanized. I don't think there is a kill policy anymore in general, apart from extremely dangerous dogs that no one can touch. And this, I have two concerns with these references being in the bylaw. One, it's because we're talking about somebody else's business, like the SPCA manages the dog under their terms. I don't really feel it's up to us to state what their business is. But second, because I do believe currently there is a no kill unless absolutely no other option is there policy, then this kind of creates a certain fear perhaps for a dog owner that may not be necessary. We're probably talking about Labradoodles and other dogs that that have been lost, and for whatever reason we can't reunite them with their owner, and to give the idea that something very untoward might happen to the dog is, I just think, unnecessary.
Angie.
I would suggest in that under 5.5 that it's only our jurisdiction to transport it to the facility, period.
So rather than say for adoption or euthanized, we could just say we'll be transporting the dog to the SPCA facility. That would work for you? Okay. Deputy Mayor Barry, Councillor Barry.
I have a dog that her goal in life is to run at large, and it's a it's a constant
Don't
goal.
tell them.
It's a constant goal. She's a lovely dog. There's no, she's not aggressive. There's no thing, but her goal is to, you know, break the fence, hop the fence, jump on the picnic table and go over the fence. And we're constantly going and getting her and bringing her back, but she also really enjoys the chase. So my thought here is, like, again, there would be a warning system that, you know, the neighbors, they know, and they call us and say she's gotten out again, but I think sometimes some of this language, it's very scary as a dog owner that, like, all this, you know, bad things are gonna happen, but on the most part, dogs have some or dogs have their own nature, and I don't think it's always ill intent. Like, when I first read this, I kind of was like, oh, I don't even want to deal with this. But then Counselor Danielson. Mayor Danielson said, but what do we do with the dangerous dogs? And that's kind of where I sit with this, is worried more about the danger of the dogs than the actual, you know, the things that happen, some of the, like,
Well,
other things that are within this.
and apologies to you, Councillor Berry, but I mean, if the dog is continually escaping and starting to bother the
Yeah.
neighbors,
Yeah.
Mhm.
then, you know, I think that's when
Mhm.
somebody probably needs to come and say, hey,
Yeah. Like, we had a neighbor that walked around with dog treats, and it was like the dog's goal was to get to that person and would walk around the lake with that person. So it was like an invitation almost, you know?
Robert.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I completely understand too. I've had my dog get out on a couple of times. No, yeah, again, I'll reiterate, it would be an education process
Mhm.
to it, but it would also come from a complaint basis. Right? If your neighbors are not complaining,
Yeah.
let's be honest, the bylaw department, unless we're always up in your area and we're always seeing your dog, we're not gonna know that your dog is running at large.
Mhm.
So I mean, this to quote the mayor, would be more for dangerous dogs and complaint basis about your dog.
Mhm.
It's I don't know how much free time we're gonna have to stroll around and patrol for dogs getting out and escaping, such as your dog and whatnot, but yeah.
Any other questions on the draft bylaw? Councillor Richards.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about the dangerous dog scenario. Right now, as I understand it, if a dog bites a person, the clinic or a hospital, wherever, they report it to the health unit. The health unit then deals with the owner. Where does the municipality come into that? Is it only if that person that was bit also makes a follow-up complaint to the municipality? Or does the health unit report it to the municipality?
So with my previous employment, they, in the situation is that the health unit came to me. And they said, okay, listen, we were going to this and such an area and there was a dog bite to a human. Dog's been quarantined. We wanted you to know. So from there, we would follow up along with the provisions of our bylaw.
Is that?
They don't do the declaration of dangerous dogs. They, as far as I know, and I may be corrected outside later on and brought up, but I don't think they would euthanize if the dog is free from their 10-day or 15-day quarantine, whichever it is. I can't remember if it's 10 or 15. But the enforcement end of things for it running at large and it getting out and biting that human would be something that the municipality would take care of, and our colleagues over at HKPR are pretty good at letting us know that there was a dog bite and giving us a heads up and giving us that whatever information they're free to do so to give to us to investigate as well.
So you would follow up just based on HK notifying you? Or do you require that additional complaint from the person who was bit?
Well,
and then if the health unit sets a quarantine period and then they clear the quarantine period, how, if we were to declare the dog a dangerous dog, Is that forevermore, or is there a time limit to that?
So we could declare the dog dangerous, but they can also come to council, before council, and appeal that declaration. Same with a muzzle order, if we declare it and dangerous and give it a muzzle order as well. Both can be stipulated to come to council before council and appeal that and feel that, okay, their dog shouldn't be declared dangerous, and provide council with a burden of proof to say, hey, listen, my dog's not dangerous. And same with the muzzle order, we shouldn't have to muzzle our dog. Everything would have an appeal process to council.
So it's forevermore until appealed by council. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Mr. Moore,
From what I understand, and I'm not an expert on DOLA, but Dog Owners Liability Act
Thank you.
talks to the bite in question. And that's a provincial statute. And what we're trying to do here is to, because it takes years typically to get that dog owner before a court of law to talk about the
Don't we know
damage that
that?
has been done. So all we're trying to do, if there was an HKPR complaint, and we typically get them as well. We have had a DOLA in the township before, and we typically get the complaint as well as the OPP, as well as the health unit. Everybody's on board. Is that, yeah, we can then, at our end, we can manage the dog until such time it goes before the court. So to protect our constituents, it would be a dangerous dog according to our bylaw, muzzled accordingly, until such time as the court would clear that. That's how I understand it.
which could take forever.
It could take a long time. That's the reason for the bylaw to try and get us through in the interim.
Did you have a subsequent question, Councillor Richards?
Does the muzzle order have to be maintained even if the dog is on the owner's property? Or it's only when it goes off of private property that the muzzle order has to be on?
Should be off.
It's up to council for that. I think I wrote it in that it would be on, but no, it wouldn't. I wrote it that it would be off.
So
As
if
long as it
it's,
goes off property, it needs the muzzle, as long as that's stipulated. with
what if the
muzzle.
dog is running loose? It's on the property. It's not muzzled, but it's not tethered either. So it could very easily go off property. Like I would wonder if it shouldn't be, some reference made to, fencing or containment or something to ensure that if the dog has been deemed to be dangerous, that it's a safe circumstance if it's not muzzled. Except for Lisa's dog, because she's an escape artist.
Through you, Madam Mayor, section 6.2A speaks to the dog being, if it is the muzzle order or dangerous dog declaration, that it needs to be placed in a secure area
Okay.
on the owner's property.
Other questions? Councillor Barry.
From this 6.4, are you asking that council strike a committee? Or for a hearing in regards to rescinding any of the muzzling?
Don't just come
To council.
to council.
So we get paid the big bucks. Councillor Richards.
Sure, I like that, really. I mean, you're gonna come before council, before a public audience to talk about your dog. That's a pretty embarrassing thing to do.
Well, you could, I'm
Do
wondering,
we have
because it's
some
an
other option?
if it's an identifiable individual, you could possibly do it in closed.
Clerk.
Madam Clerk.
Under section 6.4, it does say or by a designated official from the township. So council could designate.
That puts
members.
one person in a very, very difficult position. it puts a committee in a difficult position. Like I hear what you're saying about it. But if you've got a dangerous dog, you truly do have something that's of danger to the community. You've got to deal with it somehow.
And regardless if it's council or committee, it's still a public meeting, so. you know.
And council passing it off to a committee, I think is, I mean, it's just as difficult for a committee as it is for us. We'd be shirking responsibility by passing it on. I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure how we could get away. Like, you would have to come up with a suggestion on how we could otherwise deal with it. And if somebody's not dealing properly with a dangerous animal, it's a problem. Go ahead.
Well, that's why I kind of feel more comfortable with time limits to something, given good behavior, X amount of time, maybe they've dealt with it. Obviously, there's circumstances where a dangerous dog is going to be a dangerous dog forever. But in those circumstances, I don't think the owner would be coming forward to request it be removed. So maybe that's a better way. I mean, if we can't put it in closed. But
But if
I
someone,
think a public forum is a bit of an embarrassment thing for people, especially in a small community.
maybe they need to be embarrassed.
Not when
What
they're-
about the circumstance where somebody has a dog that's been deemed to be dangerous? And they've taken it to specific training and they've managed to modify the dog's behavior. I would think you might be glad to be able to come and say, look what we've done and have that order lifted.
And does that, if they've done that, if they've gone to training and they can prove a certificate, why can't they just provide that to bylaw? Why does it need to come to council?
Well, I have to hear from other members of council on this before we change it. Thoughts? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
My assumption would be that this would be such an extreme occurrence where time after time, an owner has avoided taking proactive, positive action to make sure that their dog is not dangerous. That we're not a court of justice, but it's almost like the last line. I doubt we'd ever see these cases, frankly, but it's good to know that there is an option for us to continue to try to protect our public to the degree that we can, in those cases where owners are simply belligerent in stopping their dogs from being a nuisance.
Councilor Richards?
Well, that was why I asked the question initially, what constitutes it being a dangerous dog? And it was one bite, you're dangerous. So there are circumstances that I'm aware of that have happened in my life and many others where a dog is not necessarily at fault for that bite. And to deem them a dangerous dog for life in that circumstance, that's extreme.
Councilor Barry?
My understanding was that when there's a dog bite, the health unit gets involved, they come to your house and they observe the dog. Then you have to put your dog in quarantine. Would the declaration of a dangerous dog come from us by law, or would it come from the health unit?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would come from us.
Okay.
That would come from us, because they would usually 9 times out of 10, the health unit would notify by law enforcement. And by law enforcement would start their own investigation or inspection from there.
I tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Dayu in that I think that if something, I mean, there are circumstances where, kids have irritated it. There's all kinds of circumstances where a dog has been irritated to the point where they literally are defending themselves. I think that, we've got enough skill and understanding in our bylaw department that if a situation was explained and they could see what the circumstances were, that they wouldn't necessarily be deemed to be a dangerous dog. I really tend to agree that when it gets to that extreme, it would be really rare circumstances, and there would have been a lot of steps taken in the first place before that happened. Go ahead.
maybe a little bit of clarification. If the dog gets to the point where we're going to go in and deem it anything, it would be a DOLA attack. And therefore, it would eventually get up before the courts. And if it was explained that it was a little lad was poking it until it decided to bite, the court would clear it. So we could clear it. You know, that's kind of what it's not a bylaw discretionary thing to go in there and say it's dangerous, put a muzzle on it. I don't believe, I don't think it's gonna come to that. We're just kind of following up where the health unit and the OPP end. Just to keep the safety of the constituents. And the, sorry, to further on that, the quarantine portion of it is basically to see if there's any diseases and such that the dog was going to transmit. So not so much to see what the temperament is. So.
Councillor Richards.
My only concern on that is if it's gonna go to DOLA and that's when the court's gonna clear it, that could take years, as has been stated. And so if we're not gonna be the judge, at least in the interim, of the fact that maybe the dog was leashed, maybe the dog was contained, and somebody, went in there and cornered the dog and got bit, we're deeming him a dangerous dog. That to me is not right. Like, and I don't think that that's our intention to do, but if we're relying solely on DOLA, then that's what we're doing. So do we need to do that? Are we provincially legislated that that's the way it has to be? Or do we have the ability to be flexible on that?
Through you, Mayor, that would be a council's discretion.
I was just gonna say, that's actually a decision for us to make as opposed to them to make. But I mean, it comes to approach. What's the approach do we take? How far do things go before, we deem a dog to be dangerous at all? Are there other members of council who have a similar concern about this? So are you, did you have a comment?
No, just that I think over the course of years, our bylaw team has come to us with ample demonstration of a reasonable approach. How we want to educate first, and then what is it? Educate, encourage, and then enforce. And so I agree. We don't want to be cornered into a one decision only for every single situation. And so, yeah, I agree. It would be great to have the clarity just to, from this council, that 3E approach is how we want to approach dogs as well as everything else the bylaw is doing. So if that clarity is there, then great. If it isn't, then I would agree with Councillor Richards, a little bit more verbiage or whatever has to happen in order to create that clarity. Because I do think that's what bylaw has been about for ever since I've been here.
Good.
And through you, Madam Mayor, and that's exactly how we feel. We're not just, and to go on the example like that Councillor Richards had brought up, the dog was aggravated and pushed into that position where the only thing it now knows to do is to defend itself. It's not something that the bylaw department is going to go, okay, well, and especially through our investigation, we would figure, okay, that's what happened. And well, we're not going to take those steps and clear a dangerous dog. Through our investigation, we would find out the true reasons of what you have, what the true story and the true fact happened. That dog was forced in that position. Its natural instincts was to defend itself and push forward, and the unfortunate bite happens. So, I mean, like, we're not going to go out first out one bite and declare it a dangerous dog. That's not our intention.
And I think we do have to rely on the discretion and proper management of the bylaw that's in place. Go ahead, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think what I'm just looking for is that clarity to be that that's how we want to be. We don't want to be your dog bit no matter what until DOLA rules it. That dog is dangerous. So I personally would be comfortable with council giving that direction that we want to be reasonable, look at the circumstances before ruling a dog dangerous.
So if you can find a way to express that in the bylaw, that would help, that people will know that there's a process that's followed, that it's not an automatic. I mean, there's a lot of ways to express that in extreme circumstances, after careful review, wording like that, that would, sort of alleviate concerns in people's mind that it's not necessarily a one-off.
Sure, and through you, Madam Mayor, I can look at changing the verbiage for that.
Okay.
And just to make sure that people understand that we're not gonna just come out and go dangerous.
Here's a kind of an odd question for you. I know that I don't think that we have a domestic animal control bylaw, but I know that we are more and more often are seeing small hobby farms. I want to know what you're going to do with the crazy donkey that's running down. Is there any control over other animals other than dogs? That, I mean, there are animals that are cropping up, and I love seeing them. But what happens when one gets loose and the owner does not take responsibility for it? Do we have any role there, or is just like, sorry about your luck?
Right now, we don't, I know hobby farms are under zoning. I believe the donkey would fall under the Livestock Act, if I'm not mistaken. Under some more provincial legislation that way. Right now, when it comes to bylaws, we have nothing that deals with your wandering donkey down the road.
Well, I mean, it could be any number of different kinds of animal
Correct,
that.
correct, cows and horses too, so I mean.
In the absence of establishing a casino or having a pool, I think this is good local entertainment and we shouldn't be devoiding anyone from chasing after donkeys down the road.
Okay, so I believe that you've got some direction on what we're looking for to be brought back. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the draft dog control bylaw? And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Diupi. Be it resolved, council receive report BLDG 324 regarding the draft dog control bylaw for information, and that council directs the dog control bylaw be brought forward at the next regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. And in anticipation of the dog bylaw coming into effect, we have the proposal for pound services.
So I'll let my colleague Kristen speak to that. She drew up that
Okay,
report.
thank you.
Good morning once again.
Welcome back.
Thanks. So through you, Mayor, this is in response to the fact that in 2012 to 2015, the township entertained and was in an agreement with the Ontario Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, so the OSPCA, based out of the Bracebridge location. At this current time, that contract is now expired, and we have been without a pound service agreement since 2015. In correlation with the increase of dogs at large and dog bite cases that we have started to see in the township, as well as the increase in the pounds and humane societies all over the province, we need to have something in place to be able to take said dogs if they're captured running at large, as well as if there is a DOLA case file, like a dog bite. And for up until the time for court, if they're required to be quarantined in a pound location, we have to have a proper pound service to do that. There's lots of provincial legislation that needs to be followed. And these three options that have been brought forward will meet all those requirements legislatively, as well as at the municipal level for staff. So before you are three proposals for dog pounds that we've been able to garner that will work for our township. Staff is seeking direction as to where staff would like to land. And based off of the report, the closest to us would be Pause at Clara Station in Minden, fairly centrally located, available to officers 24/7. They will do all the legwork for us, and they're the most immediate location. The other two options are about an hour outside of the townships.
Yeah, I was really glad to see that option. I mean, I obviously, we all like to deal with local groups as much as we possibly can, that, you know, that they're available as much as they are. The cost is slightly more than I think than the Bancroft option, but, you know, given the distance and the time that it takes for our bylaw officers to travel, never mind I know that most dogs don't like traveling, or a lot of them don't, especially if they're in a cage. You know, I see option 3 as being a good option for us, but look for questions or comments from council. Councillor Barry.
I support option 3. I do believe there was a delegation here several years ago by Clara Station. I could be wrong, but I seem to remember this is not the first request, so.
Councillor Short-Reed.
I support the Minden location as well.
Councillor Richards.
I may be reading it wrong, but it looked to me like the Minden location was the cheapest option. And-
Yes,
and
actually,
so-
it is. Option 3 is
Option 3 is the best, close.
on a 1-year trial, mind you. So we'll see how that plays out.
Oh. I missed one line. Any other comments?
What was the missing line? I'm sorry.
That option 2 is more expensive than option 3.
Yeah.
I was looking at the third line as opposed to the 7th or 8th. Go ahead.
Quick question for clarification, I suppose on option 3, because I got the answer from Councillor Ryle, who sits on the pound board, I believe in Bancroft, for option 2. When it comes to veterinary care as needed, costs unknown, the model, I believe in Bancroft, is that there would be no additional costs that would come to the township for dogs that required lots of care, but then were never claimed, but those costs would be absorbed by the annual fee. Is that what you understand to be the case for all 3 options?
Through you, Mayor, no, not with option 3. Generally, the way it would work is if the dog is claimed, all the fees for veterinary services and care would be transferred to the owner. However, if that dog never gets reclaimed and has to be offered up for adoption, then they're going to try their best to offset those costs, but it may fall on the township. There may be a portion that will land back on us. Similarly to, as officers, if we were to pick up a dog and it's showing any type of distress, wounds, sick or injured, our mandate, we are required by law to take it to a veterinarian to have it looked at. So that in essence could land on us if that dog is never claimed by the owner.
Go ahead.
So if I'm not mistaken, option 2, those costs are already assumed within the fee structure. So that is a slight differential on the costs of the 2 models.
Through you, Mayor, that could be correct. I've not actually seen the agreement. It was just they are willing to entertain having the township become part of their pound. I have not actually been made aware of that other than for you telling me today. So that's interesting point. There may be a bit of cost to us or an offset there. Yeah.
But as you say, the chances of that happening are not going to be often. It would be rather rare. Councillor Barry.
It also says here that what we're approving today, it's for a 1-year trial period with Clara, so. Even though the fixed costs are at the Bancroft location, we're only agreeing to enter into a 1-year agreement.
Right. And we also need to consider the time and the costs associated with travel for both staff and mileage, period. So I'm hearing option 3. Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shortreed, Richards?
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, second by Counselor Richards, be it resolved, council receives bylaw report BLDG 424 regarding a municipal pound agreement for information. And further, that council directs staff proceed with option 3. And finally, that council directs a bylaw be brought forward at the next regular meeting to authorize the entering into an agreement for municipal pound keeper services.
All in favor? Excuse me, that's carried. Thank you. Lots of bylaw discussion today. So we will now adjourn for lunch until 12:45. Welcome back. Next up on the agenda is Parks, Recreation, Trails.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Welcome.
and Council. Excuse me. Just have the monthly activity report for you today. Of course, we're coming up on the big annual Dorset Snowball Winter Carnival this weekend. So lots of excitement heading into that. And we have an excellent lineup of events and activities, food vendors, again this year for everybody to enjoy. For the benefit of anybody who may be listening, just a reminder that Main Street will be closed from Highway 35 just to right before Robinson's. They'll still be able to come in from all the other locations as well as access Robinson's there. We have, of course, been plagued by the ongoing kind of lack of good winter weather, but we've been doing everything we can to get things in good stead and certainly hoping and keeping our fingers crossed for this bit of snow that's in the forecast right now. But up until just yesterday, we weren't positive we'd be able to have the rink open just based on the snowfall. We haven't had it open yet this year, or sorry, the weather. With the ground not freezing, but we will have it open, so we will be able to kick things off with the skating party tomorrow and then have public skating throughout the day during the snowball. The same issue we're having with the toboggan hill there, which hardly any snow on the toboggan hill. So we have been in conjunction with Public Works, who has done a fantastic amount of work, actually yesterday trucked in some snow from elsewhere. and we're looking to groom that snow onto the hill with the hopes of salvaging something out of what right now is just rock hard ice everywhere. So we won't know whether or not that's going to work until tomorrow. But hopefully we can make it work and have the cardboard toboggan races for the kids. But worry not for the kids who have worked on their cardboard toboggans, because if we can't go ahead with it, there's certainly still going to be the typical prizes for best costume, best toboggan, and we have the opportunity to parade around with them. So really looking forward to this weekend's event. Elsewhere, we have, it's job posting season. So we have all of our employment opportunities open right now for various positions with Trails, Tower, and we're recruiting again for the swim instructors at Alvin Johnson Park. Those openings are available until the end of the month. We went live with our reservation system at the start of January for our campsites, and we're just very slightly behind last year on reservations, but only by right around 3%. So right on track as far as numbers of reservations go, but reservations are open for the whole year for all campsites. And otherwise, just a lot of big projects on the go and planning things for this year. Still reviewing and working on various components and aspects of design for the tower and the Russell Landing work that's planned for this year. And then finally, our committee, their next meeting is scheduled for the 21st. Typically, council would have seen last month's committee meeting minutes, either at this meeting or the last meeting, but the committee wasn't able to meet forum at their last meeting. So next meeting's on the 21st, and you'd see minutes after that. And those are the highlights.
Just a reminder maybe to the councillors who are on the rec committee to just reiterate to committee members to let folks know when they're not going to be available. You know, particularly when everybody's driving a long distance to attend a meeting. Anything the members of council want to add to committee Snowball? We're all excited about Snowball. Looking forward to that. Hope it's a reasonable day. Any questions for Chris? Are you having success with some of the interviews?
We just finalized interviews for our senior trail technician bylaw position, and we did extend an offer, and that offer has been accepted. So that position will start at the end of this month, which is fantastic news, because that's a full-time year-round position. And then the other positions, we are having some applications roll in already, which is great to see, and we'd schedule interviews for those in March.
Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the monthly activity report? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives Parks, Recreation, Trails Report PRT 224 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care.
Next up are environmental services. Welcome, Melissa.
Afternoon. I had to change my opening for afternoon.
So first up is a report on Hawk Lakes area waste management and the stationary vehicle option.
Thank you. So council had asked staff to bring back sort of an operating proposal for delivery of a stationary vehicle waste service in the Hawk Lake area. And this report gives that a proposal. And there's a few questions in there, some parameters that have been outlined that we're looking for direction from staff or from council, sorry, on whether we're on the right track with this. And this is a bit of a a multi-stage process to bring this together. Obviously quite a new initiative, and we want to make sure we're getting the right information to you and to be able to make the decisions that you need. This plan is for operations in 2025, so using 2024 to set the stage for that, to get the planning process in place. And there's a question, there's been budget put forward and for budget discussions and direction on that. So with your direction, I have a couple of sort of questions that I'm looking for your input and direction on, if you'd be all right with just running through those, or with questions first. I will leave that to you.
Well, let's go with questions from council first and then see where we land.
Sure.
There's part of me that thinks that because there are budget implications, that we should be holding off and making any ultimate decision until we actually are in the budget process, and looking at whether the challenges we've got and where this lines up. It's maybe a budgetary decision as opposed to an operational decision. I would note that we did get a request from, and I'm not sure if you were copied on it, that we got a request from the Waste Management Committee, I think they're called, of the Halls Hawk Lake Association, urging us to make this operational in 2025, in 2024. To which I responded that, you know, look, we need to plan things out as you've laid it out. We've agreed that we'd be setting the stage this year and operationalizing things next year if we were to move forward. And I also commented that the likelihood of us moving any final decision to budget might take place. Anyway, I would look to council for comments and questions and kind of see where we land. Councillor Barry.
I feel, you know, I read this a few times, played it in my head, and I feel like I'm interested in option one as it being a contract service, especially as it is a pilot project. I think any of the other options are gonna have more of an investment without maybe the information given, but I would like to know in the financial impact, it says there's a 5,000 as well as a 50,000. If I could just have clarification on what those two things are and how that relates to the 150,000. Just those like three numbers there. I just don't really know where they stand.
Through you, Mayor. The $5,000 is an operational cost essentially for the planning, getting approvals in place for 2024. So that's just the planning budget essentially to have everything in line for the project if it moves forward in 2025. The $50,000 is a suggestion to put into reserve towards the future costs of the project, should council choose. So not all of, it was a way of not having all of the costs for startup essentially borne in 1 year, to spread that over the 2 years.
Is that it? Other questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Question for council. We've floated the topic before of including potentially a second site in this. The one I have in mind is somewhere further up Livingston Lake Road where the travel distance to get to the transfer station is actually quite lengthy. And I wonder whether council would agree to in this planning year also coming up with some information about the feasibility of that, what the differential in costs would be, where it might go, etc. Not as a guaranteed shoe-in for the project, but rather so we have the full information available to us for a decision at the moment of accepting the pilot or not. It could be done later, but if we're going through these machinations now, I wonder if now's the right time.
I would look at that in two ways. One, just a reminder, we did unanimously make a decision to close the Hawk Lake site. And we're responding based on the fact that we've taken something away from people. And I mean, I think that's the rationale for why we decided to take a look at different options. To me, it's adding to our budget. We've already spent a lot of money and continue to spend money on the closure of the Hawk Lake site. We're agreeing, you know, as a reaction to look at further opportunities. I'm not sure that I'm prepared to say we're going to go beyond this one site because I mean that's expanding a service beyond our possible capabilities. I mean, but on the other hand, I do see the wisdom if we're going to be investigating to be able to respond to that. But I guess I'm looking to other members of council to thoughts on that.
I agree, this is a test for Hawk, but I'm just wondering if in the proposal, they could give us some kind of quote for doing events like the fly-in. Events. Like garbage disposal for events instead of having. Like having a truck at events. No?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that would have to be a discussion that, you know, what events. So, you know, you're taking us like Councillor Barry is suggesting that we look at, and I think you've made the same comment that let's get a quote from a contractor and see where we stand, see what the feasibility or willingness
Yes, so
is.
option one.
But to add to that, Is that a contractor doing that, or are you looking at, because there has also been a suggestion that we purchase equipment?
No, sorry, I guess I'm in option one, if the contractor is gonna do a proposal for Hawk, if they could also quote a quote for doing township events where we do need garbage service.
Honestly, I don't quite know what to say. Because I'm not sure what's involved in that. I see Adam's hand up and although it's a little out of the norm, I'd like to hear you speak to it.
Sit right here, I'm sorry. Thank you. Basically for events that we have last year and in the previous years, we have done where our staff go and get it. We do supply garbage pails to all the sites. The last airport event that we had, actually, the committee was very helpful with getting them set up once staff delivered them. They were very helpful afterwards with the volunteers to remove the bags from the cans, and we stored them on site, and then our maintenance staff went and picked them up. I can't quote how many bags there was, but it was not more than a pickup truck could carry. So in events in the past that we have done, like I know the farmers market, I know they generally would have cleaned up after themselves, but we were there afterwards. The snowball is a really good example as well. It's coming up. We've never had any challenges picking up after an event. So it's always been in our wheelhouse and within our means of our staffing and equipment to do it ourselves.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Adam. Other comments or questions that you might have about the report? Councilor Richards.
Yeah, and for me, in talking with staff, option one seems to be the best course of action for a pilot to see where we end up. And you know, the volume that we could potentially look at will help us decide how to go forward after that pilot. So I'm good for option one.
Councilor Barry.
I apologize if I ask this question again, but with this program, is there an opportunity to collect things other than household waste and recycling? Like, is there an opportunity to collect, I'm thinking batteries, light bulbs, those kind of things?
Through Mayor, there's always opportunities for different things. The focus here was looking at the core services for garbage and recycling. Those would all have to be looked at, whether they, could fit within the mandate with our ECA for our waste management system. Some of those fall into hazardous materials. So if I might suggest that could be something that looked at down the road to start at the ground level and then work towards. Those are services that are available, readily at all times, throughout the community, and also outside of municipal resources. For example, batteries, there's other locations that they're collected other than our sites, and light bulbs and paint cans and those sorts of things. Textiles, like there's lots of opportunity for those things. And maybe just to keep this simple at this time until.
Yeah, I think that's the key right there, because it is a pilot and we want to see how it works, that the simplest that we can keep it, not too complicated at this point in time. Councilor Barry?
I wasn't trying to complicate. I just feel like if we don't collect them, they're easily going to get, especially batteries and light bulbs, they're easily just going to get thrown in landfill.
But like Melissa's saying, we have places for them to take those things and basically at all times.
Maybe that's something the environment committee could work on in public education. I don't know where else I could take it.
Absolutely. Good opportunity. Councilor Richards.
I will say there is local collection for batteries in the Hawks area, and I don't think we need to be concerned about it.
No, that's a good answer. So Melissa, questions that you have for us?
Sure. Thank you very much. And just some things I just want to make sure that, we're all, that I have the direction from you that I'm understanding. One, just to clarify, the three options will really be determined by what is feasible. So option one certainly is it sounds like the first choice, but it may not be possible to have that. So I brought them forward as these are the three options that are there. I wouldn't say that we can make a decision at this time to say this is the only way. If we have a contractor who comes forward and says, we can handle recycling, but not garbage, might need to look at another contractor for garbage, or maybe that's a service that, that the township has to take on. So it could be any combination of those. It was just sort of to get a feel for if council was saying, no, we don't want contractors to do this. This is the time to take that off the table. And obviously we'll keep that on.
I believe that you're hearing that we do want
Absolutely.
contractors to
So-
look at it. I'd like us to, well, two things. I'd like us to defer this until we have our budget discussion to see where we stand with our budget. And it sounds to me, from what I'm hearing, is that council is interested in seeing what the results are from going out to contractors, seeing what they can do or are willing to do, and then look at other options. Am I kind of on track with that? Okay.
Thank you. On that, I'm just going to run through the list of, these are the parameters essentially that we would look at going out to contract. So I just want to make sure we're collecting the right information. Not that any of these parameters are set in stone, but these are what I'm going to base costing and service delivery on moving forward. So agreement, the pilot project for 1 year, this will be evaluated after 1 year. That operating hours, so 1 day a week for Sunday, 1 to 5 p.m. or in the 4 hours, the specific time is probably not critical. One location, and then time period September or of 12 weeks, June 15th to September 15th. And I'll just look at
I suspect that we will get there will be pushback about if we set a date. It's going to be Sunday from 1 to 4 o'clock or 1 to 5 o'clock, whatever it is. There are going to be people that are going to say, well, that doesn't work for me. And I think that that's going to be the case. I kind of going back years to setting landfill hours in general. Nothing was perfect. And nor will this be. Thoughts on whether Sunday afternoon is like, it sounds like a reasonable time when people are going home. But I would suggest that maybe we should be starting a little bit earlier than that, given that the activity starts May 2-4 weekend. Quite often people want to do, they get up to the cottage and they want to get it ready for the season, and both at the beginning of the season and the end of the season would be a little bit greater use at that time. So thoughts about the June 15th to September 15th timeline? Councillor Richards.
I can, in all honesty, say the majority come up early May. And then they kind of fall off between May 2-4 and June 15th because it's bug season. So June 15th is not necessarily that bad of a time to start. Likewise, it kind of happens in September. Between September and Thanksgiving is kind of quiet. Thanksgiving is busy, but the time period between September 15th and Thanksgiving is kind of quiet. So I'm not entirely opposed to these dates for the pilot project. And I think by doing the pilot, we will then gain more information from the stakeholders to say, hey, extend it another week, or it's fine as it is. Same thing on the hours. In my eyes, I would kind of see more of a noon to 4 p.m., but 1 to 5 is not terrible either. So I think that's also something that we'll see from doing the pilot.
Other thoughts? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add too that, and Melissa and I have talked about the timeframes and the hours and that sort of thing. And her recommendation is based on use of the landfill in previous years. So
Okay, well, that
that's just, you know, based on the data we have.
makes sense then. So we'll go with everybody's good with those suggested timeframes? Okay,
Thank you. And then from some of the operating guidelines, so that an attendant, basically to provide customer service, would be on site. It wouldn't just be an operator who drives a vehicle there. That was the District of Muskoka, their program, they felt that was quite a beneficial thing to have. And I see nods, so I felt that was something that was sort of
so the attendant, just for clarity, if we're asking for a contracted service, would they offer the attendant, or are we saying we'll have one of our existing attendants accompany the contractor? Is that what's intended?
That is the likely scenario, because a contractor for hauling isn't likely to have somebody who's they're drivers, they're not their
Savvy about
customer
waste
service.
management.
Whereas our site attendants are trained, know our systems, know our facilities. So that would be the model that I would.
So it would be contracted site attendant as opposed to a staff member?
I'd say to be determined.
Okay. Questions on that?
And on to the next question. So I've a valid user, landfill user ID card or cottage kit pass. There wouldn't be availability to purchase cottage kits or contractor authorization forms or anything like that. Those would be the two parameters. And just looking for direction on council, whether you'd like to look at any restrictions on who could use the service. So would it be restricted? It could be restricted to population. It could be open to the entire township, just to look for your direction on that. I'm not sure it's something we've discussed in the past.
Thoughts? How exactly do you determine if they're from a
Yeah.
specific area?
I don't think it's fair to limit just to the specific area. I think it's fine for the whole township. I mean, it's a little bit out of the way for people to go to, but if they want to, why would we limit it? On the bag limit, what I was kind of thinking was maybe during that trial period, we could see where it goes and adjust it if we need to during the trial. Maybe I'm making it too complicated by doing that. So I'm fine with the bag limit if you feel it's necessary, but I was kind of thinking, if you see in July that we're okay, then why limit it? But if you see that it's a problem, keep the limit in place.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said, what the bag limit was.
I hadn't proposed a bag limit. It was a
Okay.
question of
Should we
would
set
that,
one?
yeah, should we consider that? And just to give a bit of explanation, that comes into play with the second, question I'd have. I'm proposing that if the collection service, like if the vehicle is full, if there's no more capacity within the service that's there, essentially the event would end regardless of. So if the bins are full by 2:00, then that's it. So there's a lot of operational challenges with having a service like this. If we had to ensure that service was provided for the entire duration, we'd essentially have to have a duplicate system in place so that as one vehicle is full, another vehicle would have to be brought in. Where distances are too far to be able to have, or we would need to have, which we could look at in the future, okay, one vehicle wasn't enough. We need to plan to have two vehicles. So having a limit on the amount that each individual, each user could bring in might allow for more people to use it. Really, these are just thoughts because we won't know until we try it out. We know what conditions might be. Sometimes it's easier to start, for example, a bag limit to start with a limit and say, oh, you know what, we don't need this, as opposed to having it open to you can bring as much as you want and then having to restrict that later. But that is just I would ask for direction on that. That's, just my experience and
I'm
not.
seeing the rationale for the bag limit when you said that the truck's full at 2 o'clock and then somebody comes at 3 o'clock and they leave their garbage there. Truck or no truck, and now I'm starting to see the rationale for a limit. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, and you know what, maybe it would help to consider, we're probably looking at, in my eyes, when I think about the number of households there, and I start adding them all up, even at one bag, we're probably looking at 200 to 300, I would think, at least.
You think that number of people are actually going to use that every Sunday?
It's possible. It's possible. It's at one bag, right? I don't often see people coming with more than one bag of waste and then one bag of recycling. So like two. But it does happen. Maybe they had an extra family up that weekend, right? But I don't often see huge amounts of it. And I think if I see huge amounts of it, it's usually like contract waste and it's going to go to Maple anyway. So if that helps in talking to the contractor to kind of see maybe what's going on there.
Thoughts from other members of council on limits? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yay to bag limits.
Yay to bag limits. One bag, two bags, one of each.
Perhaps one of each, if we're talking about the scale that Sabrina is mentioning. Yeah, I would have thought one of each to start.
Gosh, I hope 200 people don't show up on their first day. Councillor Barry.
When we're saying one of each, one like paper, metal, plastic, and garbage, is that right? You're saying three?
No.
Because technically they're gonna go in separate.
True. Yeah. Keep in mind that this is not an opportunity for a conversation back and forth between members of council. And the same carries suit with questions it's not an opportunity for a discussion between a member of council and Melissa. It's like through the chair, individual questions. Just a matter of procedure. Councillor Barry.
So that's 3 bags, like one bag for each.
Well, I think that's a decision we have to make. What was your thinking on that when you said one of each?
I was thinking that's the minimum we should expect. I was thinking 2 and 1. I mean, I could see 2 bags of recycling easily. And actually 2 of the same versus most of them burn their cardboard instead of hauling it anywhere. So I'd be looking at like 2 bags of pop tins or water bottles or whatever, and then 1 of actual waste. In fact, most of the time I see them only with like a half a bag of actual waste, right? They're good recyclers out there, but I definitely see the need for the bag limit. But part of the reason I think this is great to be contracted out is because that'll help us establish how much waste we're seeing. And then what equipment we would need if we were to take it on ourselves. And then, maybe as part of looking at the costing, we could find out what it would be for a twice a week. So we have that number in our minds if we find that it's used so much that it's necessary.
Yeah, I would prefer to see us set up, going forward after the trial period, if we found that there was a large volume rather than having to have 2 vehicles to do it 2 days a week. And I suspect we might get a better price from our contractor too. You never know. So, I mean, I'm looking for 1 bag of general household waste and whatever recycling that they've got. I know when I go to the landfill and I don't have a family, I have a full bag of household waste in small bags of different kinds of recycling. But how do you measure that?
If I may, I mean, we always want to encourage people to, recycle as much as possible. To have even just have a limit in for waste, which is, tends to be the most challenging thing for people to manage. Nobody wants, like, if you had to leave a bag of containers at home and bring it the next week, not so much an issue probably as if your garbage. And just, you know, given that to focus on garbage might be an idea. There may be some challenges with the Blue Box program if we limited the amount of Blue Box material that we would accept. And in all of these cases, if anybody had more materials than, you know, that you'd like to move forward with, they can always still go to Maple. They can always still go to Pine Springs. It's not, they're not going to be left with, I have to take it home with me. So this is an additional service into our existing system. So they still have all of those resources available.
So are you suggesting that we stick to general household waste?
From a promotion, like from an educational perspective, it might be easier just to stick with that and evaluate it, you know, further forward. But there's a lot of questions, and I'm listening to you. There's a lot of questions that come up when you start to put, you know, limits on recycling. So, well, what if I have, you know, cardboard, you know, like I can't fit cardboard into a paper, into a bag. So like, what is one bag of cardboard? It's probably not, to put a limit with waste probably will inherently restrict the rest of the materials. Because if you're bringing, if you've got one bag of garbage, you would have, you know, you might have one bag of recycling. If you have more than one bag of garbage, you probably have more than one bag of recycling. You're likely going to need to be going to Maple or Pine Springs anyways, or you're going to need to be using another site for another day of the week. So just to have one limit, to keep it simple, say, you know, there's a limit for waste, whether one bag or two bags, and just and leave it there. And recycling is, like I say, it's a bit easier to manage than garbage is from an operational perspective.
Councillor Berry.
But you're still suggesting that we would collect recycling?
Oh, yes,
Yeah, okay.
absolutely. Just not to have a restriction on recycling.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I like that a lot. It fits in with the spirit of diversion of waste and how much we're trying to promote diverting from the landfill. So if it's, yeah, that makes a great deal of sense. You know, you can recycle to your heart's content and really try to manage your waste.
Okay, have you got a clear response on that?
It just what was the agreement of council for one bag, two bags, and
Well, if we're going to allow recycling as well, I would say one bag of household waste and recycling. But okay, I'm seeing nods on that. Councillor Berry.
I think for the collection unit, that's completely fair. I think if you're creating more waste and you need to go to the landfill more often, we're not limiting the ability to go to Maple.
No, or Pine
Doris,
Springs
yeah.
or any other of our landfills.
My next question, just the restriction of not accepting commercial waste. So that's the industry or institutional, commercial, industrial. So essentially restricting this to residential waste.
Absolutely. In my mind, yes, absolutely.
It fits within sort of the other parameters we have where they tend to be larger volumes that they would want to, and just to have a few more resources to be able to manage that. Okay, that's great. And I think that's the end of my questions.
So you've got responses to your questions. You've got the general direction of which option we're looking for. I'm still think that this is something that should be, you know, officially given the go-ahead after our budget discussions, but you'll know, you know, precisely what we're looking for when you get that go-ahead. Is that acceptable to everyone? Okay.
Thank you.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Move forward with direction. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Just for clarification, are we just deferring to budget at this time, or are we?
That we've
going on
chosen
the
option
recommendation?
one, but deferring to budget before we take action. Or however you want to rate that.
Recommendation to proceed with the pilot project. And then underneath that is to investigate agreements for service and costs, but we're still deferring to budget.
We're deferring to budget. But we have chosen of the options given to us.
So option one. then.
Option one.
Um,
And CAO.
Can we amend the resolution to because this is directing staff to proceed, so council said not to do that. Council's preference is option one, but that the discussion be deferred to budget for further consideration.
Councillor Richards.
I have a little bit of a hard time with that, given that we don't have costs and we're not gonna have costs in time for the budget discussion. So
But we do have costs
where?
for what's 5,000 and 50,000.
I don't think 50,000 has to do with,
It's going into reserves.
but I don't think it has to do with option one as a pilot.
If
Melissa?
I maybe just to sort of go through that again, so proposed is $5,000 included in the 2024 budget for the development costs, essentially to look at regulations and any of the preparatory work. And then $50,000 into reserve for future project, with the idea that this proposal that you've given me the parameters to go forward with would be brought back for 2025 budget discussions. So that would be the actual costs, once we know what contractor costs are, those would be included in 2025. The $50,000 that would be in reserve would go towards those startup costs. So for 2024, the budget question is the $5,000 and the reserve contribution. And those are known, like that's a known cost there. For 2025, we don't know those costs yet. So it is making at budget time, it'll be making a decision, whether we want to keep moving this forward. In 2025, there'll still be the discussion as to whether there is budget capacity for whatever the costs end up being. Does that help?
Yep, that works. Did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit further, is that the $50,000 that is proposed in the budget in 2024 is coming from the levy, which will be transferred to reserve. So that in 2025, that amount will exist still in the levy to be budgeted again. So essentially, if council decides to move forward, potentially there could be $100,000
Startup.
to start, yeah.
Okay. So could I have a mover and a seconder, and we'll hear what the resolution, I think we got a mover and a second. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the resolution? Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives environmental report EB 324 regarding stationary vehicle waste management service for the Hawk Lakes area. And that Council selects option one identified in the said report as service provided by a contractor, and further discussion be deferred to the 2024 budget deliberations.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next is your environmental service activity report.
Thank you. January is typically a busy month with preparatory work. So getting the things ready, budgeting, contracts, annual reporting for the past and the upcoming year. So not a lot of new things on the agenda from January. Lots of behind the scenes work there.
Any questions on the activity report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the activity report? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council receives environmental report EB 424 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is waste hauling and processing contract.
Thank you. So looking for approval from council to move forward with an extension of the current agreement we have for hauling and processing of waste with Waste Connections Canada. Our current agreement includes hauling and processing of blue box materials. That will not be a service that we will be utilizing through them as of April 1st. But this is all the other elements of that contract remain the same. And there was an extension clause in the original contract. So this is just building on that, and the contractor has agreed that they are agreeable to moving forward with that.
Any questions? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with the extension? Councillors Richards and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives environmental report EB 524 regarding waste hauling and processing contract for information, and council approves the entering into an extension agreement with Waste Connection Canada for waste hauling and processing from April 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2025. And then a bylaw to authorize the signing of the said agreement be brought forward at the next regular meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, your household hazardous waste collection.
Thank you again, Vice Council, for this is some information, and then looking for direction from council regarding our 2024 events, the number of events we'd like to hold, and continuing with single source procurement with a new name on the company, but essentially the same company. So Buckham was has been our previous provider for many years. Their side of the business has been sold, as far as hazardous waste, has been sold to GFL, and we've staff have had discussions with GFL. They are agreeable to essentially taking on the agreement and the services that Buckham has provided in the past. And this is a collaborative agreement through the 4 municipalities in the county. The other 3 municipalities have expressed interest in moving forward with GFL. And so if we'd like to carry on that collaborative agreement, that would be my recommendation is to council is to move forward with that single source procurement. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. The number of events, like I say, is one question. And then the second is GFL. Dates, I will have to say, are not all that flexible. GFL is managing 50 other dates in the province, and we've done a lot of negotiating with them to try and get dates that are as close to what our traditional dates, but some of them have had to shift a little bit here or there.
Comments and questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I'm happy with with the dates and with the continuation of the contract in collaboration with others. There's also a question about the Oxtongue Lake service, which I'd like to address too, but I'm sure you want to wrap up the other bits first.
I don't know that we have any issue with the dates. To me, the bottom line is that particular discussion that we need to arrive at. Councillor Richards.
I'm happy to reduce the number of days to help save some money. And maybe combine some of it.
combined.
council's interested in looking at that. For example, you know, it costs a lot to run an event, right? You know, the Stanhope one was pretty even on both dates, beginning of and end of season kind of thing. But I don't think it would be terrible to have only one day in Maple to save some money there. The Ox Tongue was pretty low, participation
And high cost per vehicle.
and very high cost per vehicle. Maybe
However,
combining Dorset with Ox Tongue is the right thing to do.
dividing Dorset. Oh, so you're suggesting not only combining Ox Tongue and Dorset, but also to reduce to one day for Maple Lake? Counselor Berry.
I think when we're doing that, you know, people, they like their roads, they like their landfills, they like a lot of other things, but I feel like those are two big things, and I think by eliminating, especially up in Ox Tongue, yes, it was poorly attended, however, you're taking that service away. I think that it would be beneficial to, you know, advertise or communicate that there is a lack of turnout, and maybe that's something the environment committee could do, and trying to say, if we don't continue to use this service, we're going to have to limit it, and maybe that would encourage more use. I'm not saying that I don't support possibly combining them, but I feel just dropping it right now, given what we're doing with the Hawks, you know, I just think that maybe public education and communicating that there needs to be more use. I think if there was a bigger number turnout, that cost per vehicle would decrease.
I think that the volume that is at Maple Lake and, you know, the money that we spent on the Maple Lake landfill to manage these sorts of things, the 2 dates are warranted given the spread of time between the two of them. I am not in favor of just arbitrarily cutting out Ox Tongue Lake, and you'll definitely have an opportunity to speak to this. I'm just thinking about what we have gone through after the closure. I mean, the legitimate closure based on end of use of the Hawks and what we've gone through since then, and the fact that we are taking, once again, will be seen as taking something away. It's easy to say, well, they can go to Dorset. But I really like the idea of keeping it Ox Tongue Lake in, and during the course of the year saying, look, here's our thinking. It costs a lot of money to manage hazardous waste in Ox Tongue Lake, given the use. And if you want this service to continue, it needs to be utilized more. And I like that. To me, I'd rather take that approach. It's kind of one of those lessons learned. Councillor Shortreed and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Didn't we already reduce the dates last year or the year before? We did already, didn't we? Because I know some of them had 2 days in the summer, so we did already reduce them last year.
Go ahead.
Yes, there previously had been 2 dates in Dorset, so we used to have an additional date in Dorset in June, so that was
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I appreciate the comments made by everyone, but I really like that the idea floated by Councillor Berry. And there's another opportunity maybe that I was hoping we might explore. And that is that right across the road from the Ox Tongue Lake landfill is the transfer station for Lake Bays. And they have, believe it or not, 12 hazardous waste days at that site every year. 12. And that is the site for all of Lake Bays. So everyone from Lake Bays, if I'm not mistaken, comes to the Dwight site for that. And I wonder if, given all of the wonderful things we do for the Lake of Bays community in Dorset, if we really open our doors, I wonder if there is the potential to explore as part of our shared services agreement that we find a model for paying up per vehicle, I don't know what, I have no idea of the details, but if there's any way that the Ox Tongue Lake folk could be given passes for the Lake of Bays
hazardous
events,
waste.
for hazardous events or hazardous waste events, because there are 12 of them and it is across the road.
Which is something that we could investigate during the, I mean, if we're in fact going to be doing an education for the year to urge people to use the system more, we can at the same time look at, investigate that option. I know that Councillor Barry suggested almost exactly the same thing. And I did not realize the proximity of the sites kind of, you know, was doubtful that we'd have success with that outside of the county. I mean, I know that the county's been looking at consolidating waste management services and doing a really good job at that, but going outside the county might be a bit more challenging, but we could investigate that. Councillor Richards.
I'm okay with the use it or lose it for this year kind of approach to this. I'll be completely honest, even with the numbers in Maple, having only one event for the entire township in a year is sufficient for me because these numbers are not good even at Maple, given the size of Stanhope's population. It's non-existent. People are not using this hazardous waste days, not at least here, not on force. So it's an extremely expensive thing for its very little usage.
You've all heard that comment. I need to hear other thoughts about that. This is a joint decision. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the experience down in your ward is one that I'm not personally familiar with. So if you think that's warranted, I would support my fellow council member in that recommendation. I do see, and as I believe you do, there's that difference between removing a service and simply trying to streamline a service into a different date. It's a little bit apples and oranges. So I think I don't think it's inconsistent with our Oxtongue Lake decision. But I will support what my fellow councilwomen from that ward suggest.
Other members of council?
I'm not prepared to go down to one hazardous waste day. I feel it's a slippery slope of that. Where does that hazardous waste go? Does it now go into your landfill bags?
I don't support it either. Councillor Shortreed.
I think like Councillor Barry said, if we do a communication and education process and see what the numbers look like at the end of this year, and if they don't change, then next year.
Well, yeah, then the education program can include use it or lose it.
Yeah.
I don't know how that, I'll get to you in a second. Just my question would be, how does that impact the overall price that has been given by the contractor, given the number of sites and dates? I suspect that there might be some implications there.
If we reduce the number of events, it wouldn't change our per event cost. So our per event cost, the mobilization cost for an event is, sorry, I've got that 4,300, 600. I apologize.
But if there's one less event,
It wouldn't make any difference. The cost per event would still be the same. So whether we ran one event or we ran 10 events, it would still be that same mobilization cost, because that's the cost to get a truck there. That's the cost for the staff to be there to provide the service. That's their infrastructure cost. So it doesn't matter how many events that's spread over. That's their cost per event. Maybe over the grand scheme of things, if we, if we had a special deal where we had 100 events and we were going to 50, maybe there might be something there, but in this case, it wouldn't matter. And as a matter of fact, we have been asked by GFL, because we do have a large number of events, if it is something we would consider to have less events, just from a scheduling perspective,
okay, thanks. Councillor Richards.
I just want to say, I'm fine with the use it or lose it approach. I really do think that there needs, I think last year we did a lot of communication as a township to promote the events. So there has to be another way to encourage people to utilize them than relying on our social media to do so. Hopefully that's something the Environment Committee can come up with, because these numbers in the scheme of our entire township are extremely low, whether it's Stanhope, Dorset, or Oxton, extremely low. So something
Compared to
needs to
what?
be in the overall, I mean, shouldn't every household have some degree of hazardous waste? So how is it not being utilized? I understand there's other places for them to go, but they're clearly not going. And I
Unless-
don't buy that it's ending up in our landfills, because we have site attendants there. We have clear plastic bags for them to look and see what's going into our landfill. That's why we have that rule.
Now, I did hear Melissa say that there are other opportunities for people to dispose of things.
Yes, so paint particularly, in Haliburton County, I know of Minden Home Hardware and Haliburton Home Hardware are both accept paint year round, anytime, but it doesn't have to be purchased there. Those are resources that are all available. Batteries, like I said, are available readily. There's increasing return to retail for lighting materials. Those are the primary ones. To be honest, paint, we do get a lot of paint cans at our events. And that certainly those materials could be diverted other places. There is a fairly significant portion of the materials that are collected at our events that are not included in the hazardous and special products regulation, which is which covers producer responsibility. So all of those additional materials are solely the responsibility of the municipality essentially to handle. There's no other program for them. And that's, pool chemicals and cleaning products, and though they're not covered by the regulations. So those do fall to us, and there wouldn't be alternative locations for them. If I may, just one thing to keep in mind that has been a significant change is we typically in the past have only had our Algonquin Highlands residents have only had access to Algonquin Highlands events, where we might have had 5 events. Now there are 13 events that they have access to. So the pool of events has increased signiantly. Distance to them, obviously, I
Spreading the
can't
numbers.
do much about, but there are a lot more opportunities for residents at this time.
Madam CAO.
I'm just looking at the numbers here for each of the municipalities, and Minden and Dysart, who are obviously bigger townships, each only have 3 events. And we have 4. And Dysart certainly has equally as large geographically a municipality. So just something to think about as well.
Okay, so what I have heard so far as a whole is that we're going to move forward with a use it or lose it for both Oxtongue and one of the dates in Stanhope, knowing that they do have other opportunities. Am I hearing a yes on that? And so we're relying on the Environment Committee to move forward with that, to work with our communications coordinator, sort of toot sweet to get that message out and get it out as often and as many different ways as we can. So that, nobody can say well, I mean, there still will be people who will say they didn't know, but as best a job as we can possibly do to communicate that. So I guess we need a mover and a seconder to receive the report as presented and encourage public education. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives environmental report EB 624 regarding household hazardous waste collection events in 2024 for information, and that council will continue to hold hazardous waste collection events for the collection of designated and non-designated materials in 2024. And the council confirms the Township of Algonquin Highlands participate in the collaborative intermunicipal agreement to give residents access to all household waste events in the county of Halliburton in 2024. And then council approves a sole source procurement for 2024 household hazardous waste event services to be provided by Green for Life Environmental GFL, which includes a 3% cost of living increase for service over 2023. And that council approves the number, location, and dates of household hazardous waste collection events as identified in the said report for the Township of Algonquin Highlands.
Do we need to add something about the use it or lose it aspect? Okay, no, if direction is satisfactory, that works. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for all your hard work, Melissa. Next up, Public Works. Tell us how things are going at Dorset.
In the Dorset area, so you're referring to the DRC?
Yes.
Things are going good. Things are going really good. The construction crews are in there working away. We did a site visit yesterday. Everything's moving forward. There were a couple delays that I want to mention. Some of the toilets that were existing had to be replaced. There was a couple framing items that had to be addressed. Nothing of drastic measures. It's just a couple small things that came up. As we were starting to move into finishing the upstairs, things are going well. It's just taking time. Everybody's there daily, working away. Contractors are there daily. The project manager, Brian, from the municipality here, has been there at least 2 or 3 times a week, checking in on them. And things are going really well. They've painted, they've got half the drywall finished, they've got duct worked in, they've got plumbing done. It's coming along really, really well. Yeah.
So I have to speak to the folks in Dorset on Saturday, and I was kind of hoping that, I mean, I'm going to have to acknowledge that we had hoped that it would be open for the event on Saturday. And is there any way that I can say that we're hoping to have the project completed in weeks, the next few weeks, or is the next few weeks a little bit too ambitious?
Yes, the next few months is ambitious.
The next few months is ambitious?
Yeah, it's taking time. I mean, there hasn't been anything that's really jumped out at us. It's just taking longer than we had expected. And but like I said, crews are there working as much as they possibly can. But yeah, it's not going to be open for at least a couple months.
Questions? Councillor Barry.
It's basically the same question, I'm sorry, but is it fair to say it will be open by the long weekend in May?
At this time, I couldn't say. I'm sorry, I can't give you I can give you a definitive answer and say it'll be open before the end of the year. But I mean, that one I can guarantee. But unfortunately, it's just the way this project has been going along is that there's, like I said, there's nothing that's delaying the project, one specific item. It's just every time we get into a new corner, there's one more thing that we have to look at and make an adjustment for, or the project just in itself is just a massive project. And we haven't had any delays on contractors or materials or anything like that. There's nothing definitive. It's just a very large project that is taking up a lot more time than we as staff had anticipated. So, with the good intentions, we were hoping to be open by this weekend, but it's just not working out that way.
Were there no terms set for time limits set on the contract when it was?
Well,
Okay. We'll let Angie answer that.
No, there wasn't. And keeping in mind that when we signed the contract, that it looks very different now since there was the additional work that council approved just before Christmas. So.
Crushed.
But if I may, I think no one wants delays and no one everybody wants it open, and I can respect that. I truly can. As I've been up there, I've talked to the people in the area when in passing. And all I can say is that when the doors open, it's going to be noticeably different. Not only the excitement that I have for the outside facade, but if you can see when you walk through the building like we do as staff right now, like it's you're not even going to know it's the same building. Like there's some key items that will bring back the old Dorset Rec Center, for the old feeling, the history of it. But there is a lot of new design there, and as much as you are maybe hearing some complaints that it's not open, or whatever it is that you're hearing, it's going to be surpassed by the wow factor when the building is open. And budget wise, as everybody thinks delays, we're really into a lot of, over budget, but as of right now, we're sitting pretty close to where we had originally planned. So we're not talking an extra $1 million is why we're delayed. So I think the wow factor in the opening date when we get there is going to far surpass any kind of upset feeling.
Okay. I'm sure that that's the case. I know that once it is open, that the feeling will change. It's just like, when is it going to happen? And it's like you say, it's hard to put a time frame on it, but I'm never going to say by the end of the year. Not going to go there. Okay, next item is the airport committee update, and that's just a set of minutes to receive. I will say that the airport committee is working away on their next event, which the committee has basically decided that their big event for the year is always going to be in the fall fly-in. And that's when they would have like both cars and aircraft at the same time. And, the spring event and something in the summer will be something slightly different, maybe a little bit smaller, but plans are in the works for that to continue. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the February the 1st minutes? Councillor Shortreed and Barry. Was there anything that you wanted to add to that, Adam?
No, I haven't been to the last two meetings, I think, just due to timing. But I am definitely looking forward to what this event committee has been great to work with, and I'm really excited for their enthusiasm for upcoming events. For the fact to have 3 events is going to be pretty amazing, and I'm really looking forward to it. So, yeah, it'll be great.
Okay, the next item is the opportunity for Trillium funding for the terminal building. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives the February 1st, 2024 Airport Committee meeting minutes as information.
All in favor? Just so excited about talking about Trillium Foundation. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so council will recall, I think at the last meeting, I did bring forward the costing for the airport project, the terminal building renovation. And we were going to wait for an accessibility funding opportunity potentially, and then all of a sudden this one landed on our lap. So senior staff sat and we all discussed a couple projects that we thought would work out, and this ended up being the top priority at the time. So it's essentially shovel ready, which is perfect because the application date is March 6th. So it'd be a scramble to try and find anything for March 6th. So our project is basically ready to go. And then we can do the application and then send off for it in hopes that we're successful. So the grant fund offers up to, I think I have it here at a $200,000 value if we're successful. So that we would still be required to pay the remaining 75,000 if that's what the project was going to cost us, the 275, plus whatever the proportion of the funding on our side of it would be too. So I did look over their website and I just couldn't find what our percentage would be, but we definitely would be bringing that forward when the application comes back if we're successful. So.
Well, it's an awful lot better than paying for the project all by ourselves. And we did get an offer of assistance from Scott Ovell from Economic Development and Tourism to put a little bit of a economic development spin on it, which can't hurt at all. So hopefully there'll be, you know, an ability to coordinate that with him, and if there's anything that he can add of value, like, just great.
Yeah, again, that's another good collaboration with the county and Algonquin Highlands. So yeah, really happy about that.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
This is good news. Two questions. Number one, our portion would come out of reserves, is that right? If we're successful?
Through you, Mayor, that would be a decision of council here. It would be my recommendation when the report came back for it to come from a reserve, but that would be your decision.
Great, yeah, that's what I hope. And then the second question, I was a bit surprised to talk about the percentage that we would be accountable for. Do you mean there's a percentage match within the 200,000? So they would be approving a project up to 200,000, or the percentage caught me off guard.
Yes, so in some funding that we have seen in the municipality, there is an upset limit that the grant funding will cover, and then we have to cover a portion of that as well. So unfortunately, I could not find that in the opportunity that I had to look through the funding application. And I did reach out for some further questions, but I just hadn't had time to get that back to me. So it's usually my understanding with the grant application is that there is a portion that we have to cover. But with the project only being up to 200,000, we would also have to cover that additional cost. Now, keep in mind that 275 was the costing that the engineer gave us. Once we go to tender, that could be more, could be less. So we just need to keep that in mind.
Any other questions? So could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with the application for funding? Councillor Barry and Short Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, Council receives Public Works Report PW 524 regarding the Ontario Trillium funding opportunity for information, and the council directs staff to apply for the OTF funding opportunity for the airport terminal building renovation project. And further, council authorize the CIO to sign the required application and necessary documents associated with the funding.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your monthly activity, report.
For this month, there's really not a lot to report on other than it's very strange for us not to be plowing almost every single day. This is the first time in my career that some of our operators haven't even hit their overtime allotment just in the amount of overtime we've worked. So that's very strange. It has allowed us to get other work done, so which is just as good. So things have been busy for us. It's just very strange not to be out plowing and sanding.
Looks like you might have an opportunity coming up.
Well, like Chris said earlier, the toboggan hill was looking pretty dire. So trucking snow in yesterday was very helpful, but this on top of that will, I think, make it very nice for them.
Well done on that regard, and I should have said that to Chris, that to actually be trucking snow in for the kids to have their rides down the hills.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Any other questions on the activity report? Mover and a seconder to receive it. Councillors Barry and Short Reed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, council receives Public Works Report PW 624 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Green Burial Ad Hoc Committee update. Councillor Barry.
It's a great meeting. Staff was there as well as we had Chad come and just talk about his ability to help with getting some of our communication out. One of our members has done a great job coming up with some print material, and we still plan to probably put that in actual physical writing, but obviously we'd like to have some of that communicated on social media, and we have a few motions in the minutes. One of the motions in talking with Chad and staff and our committee is that the committee requests council approval to establish a green burial section on the township website. And this would be managed by the township with content support from the committee. That's one motion, and then there's a couple other motions as well that we're asking for support. So I think we've loosely talked about some of the, dreaming of what we see at the St. Stephen's, and one of them is having some, fixed physical amenities such as a gazebo, an archway, and a memorial wall. This hasn't really come as an direct ask of council, but today the committee is asking for support in that. Obviously, at the time of like when there's financial implication, that would come as a formal request, but right now we're asking for support in principle. And the third is approving a gazebo partnership with the Fleming College in regards to their timber frame project. They do a community project every year. And we're looking for an upset limit of $10,000 for the work, and that would be partially funded by fundraising, but also, from what I understand, Fleming would be responsible for the building of the structure, and we would be responsible for any of the foundation work and possible roof work. So
What about the material?
I believe the material is covered. I can't remember now.
Logs.
I can't honestly remember if all the materials, I think Fleming was paying for a portion of it, but we wanted to formalize and get some quotes on the size and location of that. Do you remember, Joe?
Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, through that meeting, it was my understanding that we were just providing the space and the cost of the material, and they were going to just do the labor. They were building it. We had to cover everything else.
Okay, that's right.
That makes sense. Okay, so a couple of questions. It looks to me like there's more formal approval for the structures in the next report. But I would question that stone and memorial wall. I thought we were talking about a stone, like a memorial stone. It's big enough that would.
I don't believe that these projects are being slated for this year necessarily, but I think long-term wise that there's desire to have. Fleming also does a stone, like a dry stone stacked structure, so maybe there's an opportunity for something as well.
My only question about that, I mean, I love the idea of any partnerships with Fleming and the idea of a dry stone, structure. But a dry stone memorial wall, I'm not sure that would work. Deputy Mayor Dayu and Adam.
And I think Adam's report will speak to this later, but at
Mhm.
this stage, what we need to do is make sure that we only go to the BAO once. And part of the BAO approval process for the bylaw change is to have a site plan with all possible things in it. And it doesn't mean that we will necessarily ask for each one of these things, but if we can get a site plan to the BAO, which provides for the possibility of those things, then we don't have to go through the machinations another time, should we change our mind later on. So Adam's report speaks to that, but that's why this is the first time that we're raising these items, but not in any way thinking that we're going to do them all.
But if you, okay, I get the need to have it laid out in anything that goes to the BAO. I'm just wanting to make sure that if we say, if we send them a plan and say, here, we're gonna have a gazebo and an archway and a stone and a memorial wall, are we then tied to doing it? I'm thinking yes. Down the road, someone's gonna say, but you said.
You're not tied to doing it as far as the BAO is concerned. However, I think if council wants to see each thing come back for approval, then you need to make that clear to the committee. So if you're not approving the actual installation of a dry stack memorial wall, then the committee needs to know that while you approve the location of something on the site plan, you want to see it come back to council for approval. I think that's really important.
Well, I think we've all generally agreed that, with the idea of a gazebo, how it's used might be a matter of discussion and where it's placed, but I guess the only question I've got right now is, do we pass motions or adopt the minutes with these things included, or do we wait and look at the secondary report and approve them there? Like this is a little loose. I don't want us to, I want us to be able to go forward with a project with Fleming this year, and that being the gazebo. I just don't want to tie our hands in any way. I guess I'm looking for some direction on motions.
And I'm not sure what the resolution says, but I would suggest that council receive the minutes and then any direction be provided through Adam's report.
Okay. Does that work for the members? So could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the minutes of January the 30th, Green Burial Ad Hoc Committee? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards. Before we vote on that, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks, not that this would, I believe, change the vote in any way, but also to highlight for council that the setbacks are such in that space that the committee will probably be seeking a minor adjustment to change those setbacks.
You mean, okay, at the Committee of Adjustment.
At the Committee of Adjustment, just to note that for council's knowledge, because that will be a pretty important thing to do, and I don't want you to be surprised.
Okay, go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives the January 30th, 2024 Green Burial Ad Hoc Committee minutes dated January 20th, 2024.
All in favor? That's carried. So finally, is the report that we've got on the proposed permanent structures. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Very sorry, but I don't believe Adam's report is going to speak to council's, the committee's request for a township website section to be developed on Green Burial Q&A. Is that something that is that a separate motion?
Do we need a separate motion for that?
I don't think we need a separate motion, no. If council wants it included, we could go back to the motion.
Amend the original motion.
Yeah.
And for the council supports the establishment of a green burial section on the township's website. Does that work? Thank you. Yes, please. So I guess does that require a mover and a seconder to accept the amendment to the earlier motion? Councillors Barry and Shortreed. Carry on with the permanent structures.
All right, thank you. So yes, the permanent structures as part of this report is speaking to the gazebo, the memorial stone, the dry stack stone wall, and the archway. And it was broke down into 4 categories here so that it could be added to the site plan as a future or never project, but it just made sense right now to add it as a proposed location, so that when the draft went to the BAO and it was approved, then we didn't have to go back next year to add more to it and just to have to go through that process. From the meeting and the committee's discussion, it wasn't the intent that we would do a stone wall next year. But for some reason, if funding or if their grant opportunity or fundraising came along and we could afford it that way, then at least it was, there and ready to go. Having said that, it's a wall that would be constructed. It would be a gazebo or an archway that would be constructed, and then a 150 square foot gazebo, and then a memorial stone. So I've laid it out as per the discussion from the meeting, the council or the committee meeting, on the locations of where everything would be placed. And then that's essentially what would be added to the drawing that would go to the BAO.
Can you tell me if a dry stone wall would need some kind of solid foundation for it?
So my experience for my previous life of landscaping, it would depend on the style of wall. I've seen dry stack stone walls be placed on, the foundation of it would be just excavating the existing material and putting in a more of a coarse granite that would compact, and then that would be the base. If they were looking at some kind of concrete base, that could be a little bit different, but my experience with it has just strictly been a compacted granular base. Now, an archway, that would be different. We would be looking at a foundation in the ground that would hold any kind of structure that they wanted to put in place, whether that was a half stone, half wood, all wood. We haven't really got that far on the discussion of the design of that, other than there has been talk about putting in a archway. The memorial stone, depending on what the memorial stone looks like, again, that we haven't gotten that far yet, but it's just, that's something that they would like to see in place, whether that sat on a concrete foundation or a all natural granite style foundation, which is more of what I would assume the green burial would want to go with.
Have there been any ideas put forward about the kind of archway that we're talking about? I've got a vision of a specific dry stone archway that I've seen that looked just like, wow, looked beautiful. Not that, any combination thereof wouldn't look beautiful.
Yeah, at this time, no. It was just strictly an archway, because we were just trying to ensure that we aligned ourselves with the clerk that's doing work on the bylaw for the cemeteries, that we tried to get that all in at the same time, so that it just went as one big bundle essentially to the BAO to help reduce and make things efficient. So it wasn't the idea that all four of these projects would go ahead this year. The gazebo was the top priority to go ahead this year. It was the committee's thought that they would like to go ahead with it right away, and that's why they were looking for the $10,000 budget for this season, so that they could get that project up and rolling, and then eventually try and reimburse that. It's staff's recommendation that we hold off on that and allow the fundraising to happen first. So that's the two options that have been brought forward to you, to council today, is just to hold off on that. But again, that's the recommendation.
Madam CAO?
Just so council's aware, obviously, we haven't had the budget discussions, but the budget that you have does not include the $10,000. So that would be an additional.
Is there money anywhere in reserves that could be used for that? My concern is that Fleming is able to do a log structure this year. Whether they'd be able to do it next year or not is another question. And if I don't know. I mean, for me, I've been kind of hoping that we could enter into this kind of partnership with Fleming for a long time, and I don't want to lose out on the opportunity. So I'm just kind of wondering about reserves, and there's got to be some general.
There's no cemetery reserve. There's perpetual care, which just can't be used for that. We'd have to look at the St. Stephen's cemetery account to know whether there was enough funds in there.
But we do have other reserves that are more general in nature, that if we decided that we wanted to draw from, we could.
Oh, absolutely. You could draw from anywhere, but it's not a cemetery reserve.
Councillor Richards.
I was just gonna say on that, and obviously it might be better to discuss next week at budget. But we have an environmental initiative reserve, and this is green burial. Why not use that?
I'm sorry, you lost me on that. Would you say that again?
We have the environmental initiatives reserve. And since this is green burial, I thought that would be appropriate. But we can have that discussion next week.
That we can.
I think thank you. I think if council is in agreement that they want to work for this year and they want to work on a plan with the college to put something together, then I would respectfully recommend that we make that decision here. And then through budget discussion, then you would find your monies through your reserves. Then that allows the committee to move forward. That allows the decision here now to be made and then not have to come back and make it. Because if you're already just going to look through a reserve, then that is definitely a decision that could be made at the time of budget. And I think that it's important that we are able to, get one more thing crossed off the line, and then we're moving on to the next steps. I also would like to add that if the question came up that earlier here about different projects that we were going to be working on the site, it wasn't the intent, like I said, to do everything this year, but it is in my report here, and I have spoke to the committee about this in great detail, that any of these ideas that come forward or that come up with in regards to the stone wall, in regards to the gazebo, in regards to the memorial stone and the archway, all of that has to come back to council for approval. That in theory we support it, but the design has to come back. So in regards to the gazebo, if the decision's made today, yes, we're going to move forward with the gazebo. It was the direction that I'm looking for, in addition to this from council, that the 3 designs would come back. That's what I suggested to the committee, is that 3 designs would need to come back to council to have council approve that. And then council can do that. And then that's the design that they would go with. The committee needs support in designing or picking options, I should say.
I'm just looking at the 3 designs. I'm sorry, you said how many square feet?
150 square feet.
And that's like,
So 10 by 10 is 100 square feet. So 10 by 15, or yeah.
I guess it depends, to me, it depends, like I completely support the idea of going ahead. Personally, I completely support the idea of going ahead with the gazebo this year and finding the money to do it. I guess I wanted to have a little bit of discussion about the use of that gazebo. How big does it need to be? I mean, to me, it doesn't need to be that big. It doesn't need to be 10 by 12. Like I've just had this vision of a hexagonal shape, similar, like the shape of the one that's in Oxtongue Lake, but considerably smaller. And my vision of the use of that gazebo is family members, small groups of family members can go, and they can, if they want to go and visit their loved ones and, just sort of sit in a nice area, that there's a place to do that. I don't think that we need a great big gazebo. I guess I'm wondering about the use. I keep hearing about the idea of picnics, and that just makes, I just can't put that one together in my mind. And that's where a larger facility maybe is what the thinking is. And maybe I'm at fault for not having gone to the meetings, but I'm just thinking of something, especially if there are restrictions in setbacks of how big a unit can be. That was based on 10 feet.
So the setbacks, is that what you're referring to, or the size of the gazebo?
Well, I guess, in arriving at what we would need for a setback, I guess it would depend on the size of the building. Like
Yeah.
it would vary, but
So-
the less amount of setback.
Currently, we can't put anything there without doing a setback an arrangement, because there's not enough room. We would not meet any of the setback criteria.
Even with, like, say, eight
No.
foot.
No, but the way the plots are laid out, the way the green space is laid out, there would not be any tolerable room for it. We would have to look at removing the setbacks or restricting them back further. And just for reference, approximately 100 square feet would be the square in between your desks.
That's exactly what I was looking at. there.
Essentially, that would be pretty close to it. So 150 would be adding the 2 extra desks to it on size. And that's why it's important for the designs to come back, because you know, you had envisioned more of like an octagon style shape, where one committee member had looked at potentially a 10 by 15 or an 8, you know, more of a rectangular shape versus a square shape. And then there were some other factors that came in too. So the idea was that we would get the college to, we would say we want a 100 square foot gazebo. Please give us 3 designs. And then they would produce 3 designs that would come back to council. Council could choose the design, and then that's what would be built. And the same idea would go with an archway. You know, if it was a contractor or a landscaper or a company that was building it, it's please give us 3 designs. This is the funds we have. 3 designs would come back for council's approval. That's essentially what we've been asking the committee to put forward.
Cause I sort of saw that a future, like the archway or the wall, could be subsequent projects that we would do with Fleming. Because they do the dry stone work, log work. I mean, I think we could probably work with it and have some cost savings. Councilor Barry?
I believe it was in the minutes, but the Green Burial Society has just received charitable status. So they're hopeful too that they would be able to possibly do some grant applications as well.
Which would be great, but we still need to make a decision, before we, we're like, as Adam was saying earlier, he's recommending that we wait until they do that. But that means the likelihood of going forward this year is reduced substantially. So, I'm sort of saying like, fine, if they're able to raise funds, that's great, but let's go for it anyway. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I'd like to go ahead with our decision today. I agree with Adam. I think this is, time is of the essence here.
Mhm.
And I know that the intention, the spiritual intention has been to try to see if we can get this forward this year. I would also suggest that we continue to go through with our 150 square foot proposal, knowing that council can always say, I think we should probably make it a little bit smaller. But if I look at this space, for example, this would, any smaller than that would quickly become not quite a gazebo, but almost like a Victorian conceit of some kind, where you couldn't do much underneath it. In which case we'd probably be looking at a different type of structure. I think, if we stuck with 150, and then if there's a real rationale to reduce it, we can, that would be great, rather than try to limit it any smaller at this stage.
Did you say a conceit?
A Victorian conceit.
What is that?
It's like a
Small
Victorian-
gazebo?
Like a Victorian ornament. It's like a large ornamentation, and a large ornament that for Victorian gardens.
I mean, I had sort of always envisioned a place where a few people could sit, not any large group, but I'm all for, let's get some options available to us. Anything more on the gazebo? Any other comments on the gazebo? Adam?
Just one last thing with the gazebo would be that, yes, the design of it would be brought back so we can decide whether it's, like I said, it's a rectangle or a square or an octagon, whatever the case may be. But it's also important that council understands that in my report, it does speak to the bylaw of it. So currently we do not allow structures, and currently we also do not allow gathering for picnics and things of that nature. So we would have to amend the bylaw for that. And that's why this is also coming forward, that council understands that that is something that will be coming back in one draft, not in a whole bunch, hopefully, that we can try and address everything at once. So if council is approving that, and go further to what you were saying about the size of it and what people would do in it, essentially it's big enough for a picnic table to sit inside it, and 3 or 4 people or 5 people to sit on it potentially. I don't know if a picnic table is going in it. I'm just trying to give you a reference of what that would look like. Whether it's just a standing room only, or there is something that someone could sit at.
Or something with like I guess my hexagonal or any shape would maybe have seating, like benches around the outside of it, which.
Could very well,
To me, it's more for seating than anything. I hear that about how we need to make changes for the bylaw. Dawn,
Sorry, just for clarification, the changes to the bylaw, is it the intent to have picnics there?
it's not my intention to have picnics there, but I mean, I am
That-
only one person of
That
council.
provision would just remain in the bylaw as is then. Okay.
Yeah, because it's
But I'm
picnics.
just one person. That's not my decision. I just don't see it as being a place for picnics. We have parks for picnics.
Is there a reason why we can't?
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I just think you're going.
Well,
you're
right now
changing-
there is, because it's in the
It's
bylaw.
but if we're gonna be changing things in the bylaw, I'm just thinking geographically, you're making the trip out to St. Stephen's with, you know, a small family group or a thing. Is there a reason why you couldn't have sandwiches while you're saying your respects? Like, I don't see why you can't. Even though it's something you would do, I don't see why there's something you couldn't do. Like, if you were there and someone pulled out sandwiches, would.
To me, it's a bit of a foreign idea. I mean, but it's a decision for council. It just sounds foreign to me that we've got cemeteries all over and nobody's having picnics in them. We'll go to Angie and then over to Sabrina before she bursts out in outright laughter.
And so just historically for cemeteries, the reason that it's not included in most all bylaws is because it's viewed as disrespectful. That's why. And so, I mean, council can do whatever you want in the bylaw, but that's the reason that it's not there, is because it is viewed as disrespectful. You know, give the example of, you know, a family there mourning their, you know, burying their loved one, and someone's, you know, with a family over having a picnic and laughing, and, you know, it's very conflicting. That's how it's viewed.
Okay, I guess I wasn't really seeing it as two separate things. I was seeing it as more as part of the memorial process, because typically, from my experience of going to a cemetery, you often have the burial and then go into the basement of the church and have virtually a picnic inside the church, but that isn't an option at the church. You know, like.
Might be. Just to be clear on your drawing, speaking of the church, part 4 is still part of the municipal property. That's the parking lot.
That's
right?
correct.
Part 2 is what surrounds the church.
That's correct.
Councillor Richards.
I do apologize. I think I'm just really tired today, so I'm going nuts. But you know what? I certainly see that level of respect thing is historically being there. Absolutely. But a picnic isn't necessarily a bunch of people. It could be one person going to spend the afternoon with their loved one and eating a sandwich while they converse with them. And I think maybe we should modernize that approach. We're modernizing it with the theory of green burial to start with. And so I think it's kind of a good thing that we, while we're there, you know, allow them to have a picnic if they want to. I'm sure there's tons of people who wouldn't dare. But, you know, I think that's something that's changing, and I think we should allow for it to be there.
Do we have to decide that aspect of it today? Apparently we don't. I mean, I think there's an opportunity to look at that. I mean, I personally, I still really have a problem with it based on, you know, what Angie's saying, that they just don't go together. I can't see it. But I will no doubt be outvoted on that. But I do have a question about the layout. The wall and the archway it seems to me that there is a goal to define the green burial area away from the rest of the cemetery in its location. I had always viewed an archway at the entry, at the existing entry. And was surprised to see that, you know, it's actually in a totally different location. And I guess I can sort of see that, but I did want to raise that, I mean, I guess because there were those two stone pillars there that I had this vision of, replacing or building or adding on to that our initial idea at the front entrance. Has there been was there any discussion about that?
Through your mayor, no, there was not, the discussion around the stone wall and the archway has always been for the green burial section. So there really isn't any definitive markings on the ground that segregate the two from each other. The red line is just a rough line on the drawing to show, but we do have a definitive two sections in that within St. Peter or St. Stephen's. One is for the green burial, and that is also for our bylaws and anything else that go along with green burial versus traditional burials as well. So the driveway, or sorry, the laneway to the site also is kind of the marker between the two. So it was never the intent to have a picket fence or a archway, or sorry, a picket fence or a bushes or things of that nature. You can essentially walk from one right into the other without anything blocking you. It's just that's where the archway and the stone wall was proposed.
One question for Dawn before I get back over to you. Do we have sufficient time to make a decision about the gazebo once the designs come back to us and then do the changes in the bylaw?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, once council's done all their decisions and the design work and the design's been submitted for approval, we can bring the bylaw then.
Okay.
We
Deputy
won't bring
Mayor.
it before we have everything in place and the BAO says yes to the site plan.
Go ahead.
Would it be a good idea for council to add our own little piece to the site plan for an archway at the entrance? Just while the site plan is open, it's council's decision.
So you'd
where to
have
put circles.
two archways?
It's all, well, not necessarily, but it's all, it's all potential. This is all a series of potential projects. So if there were a circle in the site plan for a potential archway at the entrance, then maybe the Green Burial Society would be just as happy with that. But ultimately it is, as council's decision, as you know, so there's nothing precluding us from doing it.
Because I mean, there are other opportunities. You could have an archway, but just say, for instance, a log structure as the entry into the cemetery, and a dry stone wall, with an opening like a small gate or something simple, that would give the separation that they seem to be looking for between the two. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, one major consideration would be the size and the structure entering into the site, into the St. Stephen's site, because we do have large equipment that go into the site. Now, I have talked with the committee members about the archway to go into the green burial side of it, and I've given the parameters of how minimal or how small it can be, only because we still have large equipment that goes in there. But if we think about like a vault truck or a crane truck that has to come in to do the laying vaults and things of that nature, or headstones, that has to happen in the traditional side of the site. Therefore, the main entranceway has to be designed in such a way to allow that type of equipment. So if it's 12 feet wide, 20 feet tall, that's might be what it'd have to be to allow bigger equipment in. Whereas the green burial side of it might only, it only has to be 11 feet wide by 13 feet tall. Just as an example, we really need to look at what those measurements are. But if you do want to do two, then we can look at that. If you just want to leave it as one, then it is as it is.
Okay, and my apologies to everyone. I know that, not three of us can't attend the Green Burial Committee meetings and talk. So this is kind of my first crack at my thoughts. But anyway, so for the purposes of today, I guess all we really need to do is to approve for us to move forward with getting the three options for the gazebo. Yes? Maybe we can have a mover and a seconder to do that. Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry. Sorry to have complicated that thoroughly. Go ahead.
So just in terms of what we will take back to the Green Burial Committee regarding the site plan, it would be that we would like further consideration for the archway at the front, or if we're not approving the site plan now, what's our direction?
Well, I guess really only for the committee to just consider, the comments that have been made here, that there are some other options. I mean, when Adam points out the need for the height of an archway, like 20 feet high, that's a big structure. That changes things, in my mind. But just to hear the comments that we've made here and add some consideration to it. I think the most important thing for them is that we're moving forward we're agreeing to move forward with the gazebo this year, and that's, I think, their primary concern.
Thank you.
Well, no, not until we decide what size of gazebo. Councillor Barry.
I think the next logical request from the committee probably would be the memorial stone. I could see that moving forward before the archway or the dry stone wall, just in regards to memorializing.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's got an issue with the memorial stone at all. And we've recognized from the first that we need to have it. I don't know, I had not really thought at all about where that would go. And that's up to the committee really. But we need to know the size of the gazebo, exactly how far the stone needs to be from it. Angie, and then Deputy Mayor Dane.
I know that when I was brought into the meeting that day, when we talked about the site plan, it was my thought that council needed to see the site plan to see the location in general, that these structures would be located. And then the proposal for the size of the gazebo, the design of it, would come to council for approval. I'm thinking that the site plan, if council's okay with where the circles sit on the site plan, that council can approve the site plan. In principle, the way it sits. And then with the understanding, as I mentioned before, that if you want to approve each item, that's made clear.
Deputy Mayor Dane.
Yeah.
And Adam.
Yeah, that's where I was going to, if only because if we need to go to the Committee of Adjustment to get some side back relief, we might need to have the bouncing ball start a little bit further. Is that right? Would they need to see the site plan, which is approved by council? Like, I think it would facilitate our continued progress.
Okay.
And to further what Angie was saying, that yes, that is correct. It's the locations that we're approving today. And then the design you would approve at the next when it comes forward. But the location of once you've approved the design, that's where it'll live. So we didn't have to come back and redo another design plan. That was the idea of this. And then in the report, it does talk to future plans for other items, so.
Okay, and we can save the actual bylaw amendments for a little bit while we talk about the picnics. It's in the bylaw now, so it's got to be addressed one way or the other. Okay.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, second by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives Public Works Report PW 724 regarding Greenberry proposal for permanent structures for information, and the council approves the permanent structure location in the green space as presented on the site plan, and that council approves moving forward with 3 options for the gazebo for council consideration in 2024.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Accept as fire services.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon, Chief. Your first report is a donation from the Dorset Volunteer Firefighters Association.
Yes, I'm pleased to bring this forward. The Dorset Volunteers Firefighters Association would like to donate a rescue trailer. It in turn works with the rescue stretcher that we already have, so it'll go hand in hand. Along with the trailer, they'll be including an ATV hitch and a snowmobile hitch and winter ski kit. We currently have one at Station 70. It's proven to be quite effective, and it's used to get people for backwoods rescues and that. So I think it's a wonderful gesture on their part. For actual costs, it's all be covered by the donation from the Dorset Volunteer Firefighters Association, and it should have a long life expectancy before it ever have to be replaced.
Those are key words, a long life.
Yeah.
Because donations are always, gratefully received. There's no question about it. The fundraising and the donations that are made by the volunteers are always wonderful. But they do need to be replaced ultimately and maintained, and we have to, consider that. But having said that, I think that, I can speak on behalf of all of council in voicing our appreciation for the donation. Any comments or questions about that one? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the donation? But thanks, Councilor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, second by Councilor Barry. Be it resolved, council received fire service report FD 324 regarding a donation from the Dorset Volunteer Firefighters Association for information, and that council accepts with sincere appreciation the donation of the ISS rescue trailer from the Dorset Volunteer Firefighters Association.
All in favor? And could we write a letter to the association? Thank you. Your monthly activity report.
Yes, our call volume's been low for the month of January. Last year we had 22 calls. This past January we had 10, so it's down. It'll all balance out by the end of the year, more than likely. I want to take this opportunity to remind council that on March the 6th, we'll be hosting the elected officials and senior management workshop. It'll take place at Stanhope Community Center, and it'll go from 9 in the morning till noon. This is a joint venture between the 4 townships along with the county. And I think you'll find it very interesting. In addition to Emergency Management Ontario being there to speak of how councils interact with when we have emergency situation. We also gonna have a presentation by the MNRF using a forest fire scenario in that. So I've sat through that part of it. It's very, very interesting. I think you'll gain a lot out of that. Not included in the report, but just give you a quick update just for a good news story. The new fire pumper for Dorset is on schedule for delivery for the end of April. Just
Right on.
yes,
Well, just to ask for a photo op when it comes in.
yes, definitely.
Just to double check the training session on March the 6th, are you fairly confident that we'll be done at noon?
Yes, that's our goal. Kenny Cox is going to be the ones presenting on behalf of the MNRF, and he's going to base it on the time we have left when the EMO's done. So if he will be finished for noon.
Okay. The reason I ask is that there's a special budget meeting set at the county at 1 o'clock. So I tried to get them to agree to 2 o'clock, but they wanted 1 o'clock.
I'm quite sure we can accommodate that.
Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the monthly activity report? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councilor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives fire services report FD 424 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, application for emergency management, community emergency preparedness. Right.
Yes. The Emergency Management Ontario is inviting municipalities to apply for a grant of up to $50,000 to be proactive in being prepared for potential emergency. With our current situation with a lot of forested area, what we're looking at doing is enhancing our current wildfire responses. With that, we're looking to get 7,000 feet of forestry hose and 4 fire pumps, wildland fire pumps. And what we're asking for is for $49,745.99. There's no additional financial impact on our on this, so totally be covered by the funding if we receive it. And it could be proportionate too. They might offer us 20,000 of that. So for example, the pumps, we would put older pumps, take them out of service and put the new ones into service and that. So this is just to get the approval from council to proceed.
So if you want to get part of the money,
And so if, say, we got half of it, then we get 3,500 or 3,500 feet of hose and 2 pumps. We'll just proportion to what we need. We
Okay.
don't have to supplement it from council. It's
Okay.
whatever we receive.
Any questions about that? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve submitting the application? Councilors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Counselor Richards, second by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report FD 524 regarding an application for Emergency Management Ontario's Community Emergency Preparedness Grant Council for information. And then council hereby is authorized staff to submit an application to the Emergency Management Ontario Community Emergency Preparedness Grant at an upset limit of $50,000 for 7,000 feet of forestry hose and 4 wildland forestry fire pumps. And finally, council authorized the CAO to sign the necessary documents associated with the grant.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
By the way, did you get confirmation about the ability of the mayor to ride in the fire truck on Saturday?
Yes, I've made arrangements. District Chief Pankhurst will be there to accommodate you.
Right on. Thank you. Much appreciated. Next up is finance.
Thank you.
If you can just give us 2 minutes. Okay. Welcome, Madam Treasurer. First up is your 2022 financial indicator.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So after we submit our financial information return each year, which is due by May 31st of each year for the previous year, the ministry reviews the financial report and then provides us with the financial indicator review report. So this is for 2022s because we haven't had our audit or submitted our 2023s.
Okay.
And as it says in the report, we are continuing to have a moderate level in our asset consumption ratio. In comparison from year to year, it's up another percent basically. But we are still within the provincial median, so we're doing fine. It's basically a report card to the finances of the township. And we are low risk in most categories with the exception of the asset. But we're within the median, so we're fine.
Any questions on that report? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council accepts report TT 424 as information regarding Township of Algonquin Highlands financial health for 2022 as reviewed by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
All in favor? That's carried. Year-end reserve transfers.
Thank you. So again, in November, December, I normally give some indication that we haven't completed all of our year-end reserve transfers because we wait till actuals. So at this time of year, now that year-end is done and we've done all of our transfers in and out and so forth, I'm pleased to advise that we actually ended up in an increase of 4.5% in our reserves balance at the end of the year. Because of our transfers in that are budgeted, because of the fact that we only transfer out what is the actual expense, at the end of the day, we actually were in a better shape than what we'd anticipated at the beginning of the year, just because some of the projects might have been deferred, but some also might have come in less than what we'd estimated.
Well, the part about them coming in less than what was estimated is great.
Mhm.
The deferral part is, it's a challenge and, we see that next year, the year-end picture is a little bit different.
Mhm.
But any questions or comments about the report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives Treasury Report TT 524 summarizing the year-end balances for all reserves accounts for the Township of Algonquin Highlands.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the council and committee remuneration report.
Yes, thank you. And this report is just required in response to the Municipal Act. By March 31st of the following year, the treasurer is to report on the expenses or remuneration and expenses paid the previous year for each council member, committee members, and so forth. So this is just standardized report. It's indicating the costs or the base pay and benefits, mileage, and other costs being conference registration and or accommodations and so forth. And the amounts paid to the council members and then committee members as well.
Any questions on that report? And it is what it is. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council accepts Treasury Report TT 624 regarding the 2003 council and committee remuneration and expenses.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, the account summary.
And again, standard expenditures for the month from January 11th to February 7th in the amount of $975,726.34. All have been reviewed and by the CAO to treasurer and are just waiting council's final approval.
Any questions? Mover and a seconder. Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council has reviewed the expenditures incurred as set out in account summary for TT 724. The total amount of $975,726.34 and hereby approves payment as same.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you.
Next is the benefit renewal report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is before council again for our annual renewal, which happens on March the 1st of each year. We did review our renewal with our provider, and council will see that we are experiencing an increase this year of 9.8%. And that is generally just due to the loss ratio that they've experienced. It did, as per the norm, it did start out much higher than that, and we were able to get it down to 9.8. So, but overall, over the last 10 years, it has been a minimal increase of 4.7%. So I recommend council approval.
Questions? Councillor Perry.
No questions, comment. I just found it really hard to read. They'll give it, I was reading a much higher increase. Maybe just the way it was written. Or was it 2,000? Is that the increase? Or is that the?
What are you looking at?
I know, just the way, I think the way that it was written, it was hard to read the year.
Oh, though that's it. Yeah, it's a spacing issue, but
Yeah.
that's the last 10 years. So
Okay.
2015 was 4.8%, 2016 just goes like that. Yeah. But the overall at the bottom is 2024 is 9.8.
Any questions? Other questions? Mover and a seconder to receive the report. Councillor Short-Reed and Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved that council receives report CAO 124 regarding Township's annual benefit plan renewal for information, and council hereby accepts the renewal for Manulife for the provision of the Township benefit plan for council members and full-time employees at an annual increase of 9.8%.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the records retention.
Yes.
Over to you, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This bylaw is being forward regarding our records management project. It's being undertaken through all the 5 municipalities within the county. And the electronic document system requires the TOMRUMS retention schedules be adopted because they both go hand in hand. So the bylaw is just before council to approve TOMRUMS and delegate the authority to the clerk for modifications and the establishment of the schedules in accordance with TOMRUMS.
Any questions? This is a big project. Lots of work. Mover and a seconder to receive the report, Councillors Richards and Berry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved council received report CO 424 regarding records retention bylaw. And the council delegates the authority to the clerk for the establishment and amending of the records retention schedule for the records of the Township of Algonquin Highlands, and the council direct a bylaw be brought forward for approval.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up are proposed changes to the procedural bylaw, and these do not include some of the items that we talked about, which will also be included in the procedural bylaw when it officially comes back to us. Things like adding a discussion for, say, about county council, or if we want to, do some other minor changes. This is a bigger picture stuff. So over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Council did engage in a team building session, and there were a number of recommendations that came out during that session to improve efficiencies during council meetings. And in the report, you'll see the options that are laid out, and those were discussed during a training session that were recommended by the facilitator during that day. The implementation of a consent agenda, I think, is where council is going to find the most efficiencies in the meeting. So it listed in there, I'll just give a brief description. So the consent agenda process is where you would find reports that are routine in nature, that generally don't have a discussion by council and are non-controversial. So for example, we have like adoption of annual policies, health and safety, accounts payable, financial statements, updates, tax write-offs, shore road allowance closures. And speaking with shore road allowance closing applications, if the application was contentious in any way, or if the planner was recommending that it be denied, it would not be placed on the consent agenda. It would be placed on the regular planning business for a full discussion. And the important thing, as outlined in the report, anything found on the consent agenda can always be lifted by a member of council if they want to have a discussion on it. And that would occur at the beginning of the meeting. When the motion was passed to adopt the consent agenda, it would be except for item 7A or what have you, and then it would just fall under regular discussion with that department head. And for the report, the rest of the options there again were lightly discussed and brought up by the facilitator of the team building session. And staff is just looking for direction if council would like all, any or none of those options included in the draft procedural bylaw, which will come back with other housekeeping amendments as well.
Comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I do like the idea of a consent agenda, knowing that at any point we can bring something into our full discussion. That's a great proviso to have. On delegations, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with reducing delegations from 15 minutes down to 7. We tend to get such good information from our delegations, and it'd be nice to continue to hear those.
You wish to comment?
If I may, consideration was given for the delegations is more for the members of the public that wish to come and make a statement to council, whether it be positive or negative. Something that occurred today, for example, were presentations, and staff was thinking about proposing a presentation section in the procedural bylaw, which would allow for a 15-minute presentation, but that's completely up to council if they wish to leave the delegations at 15 minutes. Again, that was a recommendation from the facilitator, and still allowing for longer presentations. And the mayor always has the authority to extend the time. That authority is in our procedural bylaw already.
I had the same concern about the delegations until I heard about the opportunity for presentations, and particularly where we asked, in this case, I asked all three of the presentations this morning. You don't want to limit them necessarily because you've asked them to come and you want information. So given that we can differentiate the two, I don't have so much of a problem with it. Councillor Barry?
I still feel like cutting it less than half is a lot. I would feel more comfortable with 10 minutes. I would feel more comfortable with 10 minutes rather than 7.
Yeah, it's a little bit rounder number and a little bit fairer reduction. Councillor Shortreed?
I agree, but it'll also give us time to spend, more time to spend on more important things. So to make it that more efficient.
So I'm hearing an agreement on 10 minutes for delegations. I didn't hear anything from Councillor Richards.
I'm okay with 10 minutes. I mean, generally speaking, I don't think we're gonna cut anybody off if they're saying good things. Even if they're saying bad things, we
I
generally
cut
listen
people
to
off
them
funny.
anyway, right? I like the limiting it to 3 because after 3, we have a lot of other work to do. So we can't have delegations all day long. The only other thing, I don't like the option 2D. Because often
D or B?
D, as in David, the last one.
I agree.
Yeah, because
100%.
often I don't have time to go to every public meeting that there is. And I'm sure other members of council feel the same. So it helps if we haven't been at that public meeting to perhaps hear from somebody. And sometimes that doesn't always come across in an email or written correspondence as well as when they do come forward. And I just don't like limiting people to having their say if they want to have their say.
I'm wondering too, if because it would seem that our first meeting of the month is a little bit lighter than the second meeting of the month, and that we try and, find a better balance there with delegations and And you know, I mean, I know that later on I'm gonna say, do we really have time to have a fulsome discussion about housing options today? We don't. And maybe that should have been, I didn't realize how long today would actually take. And I thought, well, we've got these 3 presentations. Now's a good time to talk about it, but it's not really working out that way. So, you know, I'm going to ask to have that deferred. But if we had delegations or presentations, maybe specifically presentations on the first meeting of the month, it's a little bit lighter. Anyway, we'll leave that with you to think about. I agree with the 10 minutes. I think that's a good saw off, especially I also agree with the comments on option 2D. The consent agenda, I don't love consent agendas, but I know that they are, you know, a good way of doing business, and there are, you know, a lot of like minutes and some of the financial reports, some of the, you know, general reports can all be blocked together because we just receive them. Honestly, I'm not prepared yet to move planning business into a consent agenda. Sorry, Sean. I know that we don't often comment on them, and to be perfectly honest, sometimes I think that we need to put a little bit more thought into some of them. And I can remember a time on earlier days in council where there was no planning application that went by without questions being raised about them. So I'm not ready to move planning into the consent agenda. I'm kind of hoping that I can get you to agree to that. Councillor Richards.
Actually, you know, for most of them being about closing shore road allowances, I'm okay with moving that into the consent agenda. I mean, we very rarely deny that. And I don't see that we would be raising a lot of questions about closing a shore road allowance. Now, maybe some of the other planning aspects, yes. But that one,
Okay, so let's put the question, in or out, planning in or out,
in,
in the consent
you
agenda.
can pull it out if you think it's. something
Okay,
we
you've
should
had
talk
your
about.
in vote.
Is it possible to delineate shore allowances and then keep some of the more substantive? Could we do that?
Sean?
So I believe the intent was only for shore road allowance applications. That was the only application that would be included in the consent agenda.
There you go, outvoted. Okay. Pardon me? Okay, any other questions or comments on what's being proposed? It's all gonna come back to us anyway. Councillor Richards.
I'm hoping that when we look at the procedural bylaw, there's other things that we're looking at as well. And one of them being, you know, like a day like today where we have bylaws, you know, that we have kind of like the county does the bylaws in one meeting, but we don't vote on it that day. So it gives us time to digest the comments that we've heard rather than rushing through the bylaw. I mean, we didn't do that today by any means, but in general speaking.
All bylaws? I mean, that's not possible with all bylaws. Some of them have got, are legislatively required.
Yeah, like dog bylaw, like the sign bylaw. I'm not talking all the bylaws we do in a day, but anything that's like,
Controversial.
well, lengthy, takes time for consideration rather than boom in one meeting.
Well, it's been my experience that anything that is even remotely controversial, that we never pass it at first blush. That it always comes back to us, that we've given input and we've asked for more information. It comes back to us more than once. But I don't know, thoughts from other members of council? You can see your wheels turning.
Council can do that anytime with any bylaw. I know, for example, those 2 bylaws that were considered today, I would encourage more questions of staff ahead of the meeting to get that, those answers ahead of time. it does save time in the meeting.
However, having said that, I mean, I know that we're looking for efficiencies and we want to be able to save time. But I have quite often encouraged members of council who have had questions that they've asked in advance, that they ask them again at council because other members of council haven't thought of those things. The public hasn't heard the discussion. And, you know, so
And I absolutely agree with that. The purpose of me saying that is so that staff are prepared for the answers.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Well,
it does make it a little bit easier conversation at the table.
all members of council are, I think that everybody would attest to me encouraging people to call staff. Probably more than they want to hear from me. Any other questions on what's being proposed for the procedural bylaw?
So just for clarity, are you asking for a couple of ideas of what we might further want to discuss now, or are we reserving all further ideas for a second?
Well, if you have a suggestion that you, something that you want to see included in the procedural bylaw, now is a good time to bring it up.
Okay, great. So a conversation that I think we've all kind of had in the back of our minds for a while is whether there could be some leniency on Zoom participation of council members in two council meetings on perhaps a really limited discretionary basis. And what occurs to me is elder care. Say I am off in my hometown supporting an ill parent, but it by no means that I'm not available for council and I would just prefer to Zoom in for that day. Then maybe I could be given one or maximum two opportunities at my own discretion to say I would like to Zoom in for that. And the concept of a discretionary limit would be to avoid the situation which we have chosen to avoid up until now, which is Zooming in from Punta Cana for 6 months out of the year, which is not the intention of Zoom. So that would be my request for a conversation.
How about from Punta Cana at any point in time with daiquiri in hand? You want that included in that option as well?
For me, discretionary to the council member is discretionary to the council member. I do recall once being in France on a family visit. Half of my family is in France. And a big point on the council agenda had to be had on that month, and there was no getting around it. I couldn't participate in the conversation, and I would have been more than happy without daiquiri in hand to Zoom in from my stepfather,
From wherever you were.
from my father-in-law's house. It's no different being in France for my family than it is being in Peterborough. So I would call that fully within the discretion of the council member, and with the full understanding that we would never come here with a daiquiri. And I know you're being facetious, but you know, we would never come to this table with a daiquiri in hand, nor would we be expected to do anything different from wherever we are.
The only additional piece or only additional comment that I would make with respect to that is my experience. The only other experience I've got in Ontario with this is at the county level. And the discretion is it's at the discretion of the warden or the mayor. What happens at the county is that, you know, there is discretion for members to miss for specific reasons. And I've had members of council come to me and say, look, this is happening in my life or that's happening in my life. Is it okay if I Zoom in? And I think without, I've never said no. I mean, I know it's not always going to be me, but I do think that, you know, that's a good compromise that, you know, I mean, if it hadn't been in our bylaw, you know, I wouldn't have been one to say, no, you can't call in from your family's home in France. Other thoughts, comments on adding that to the bylaw? Councillor Richards.
I totally agree with that. I think it's only appropriate as long as it's not being taken advantage of. And so I think having not necessarily the limit, because you know, it could also be used if you're not feeling well. You have COVID, but you're completely capable of being in front of a screen.
COVID's already in the bylaw.
But anyway, at the discretion of the mayor,
Mhm.
rather than limiting it to two or at the discretion of the mayor who may understand the circumstances better than a black and white piece of paper would.
Go ahead.
Two questions.
Mhm.
Are you requesting a maximum number of times? And does it apply to staff?
I think what you were hearing from Councillor Richards was that there not be a maximum number of times, but it be at the discretion of the mayor.
Okay.
So if, for instance, somebody, and I'm not saying this would happen, somebody was taking advantage of the situation and doing it a lot, you'd start to kind of question it. But, otherwise, no limit necessarily.
And the staff?
I'm sorry.
No, just the staff piece. Does that, are you wanting it to apply to staff as well, or?
So if a staff was to be giving a report to a member at a council meeting, that they could Zoom in under,
I'm not asking for it. I'm just wondering if council was wanting that to apply.
well, I wasn't thinking about it that way. I mean, quite often, if staff are not available, there's no report that month or that meeting. So I see it as being something that's different. I mean, because there is already that discretion. I mean, there's been all kinds of times when staff have been on holidays or sick or whatever, and they're not here. Or you provide the report. So I don't know that it's necessarily the same thing.
Mhm. I guess my thought process was, and not that I want to do this, but if there was ever a circumstance where, say, for example, the CAO, me, whoever is away or is caring for an elderly person and needed to be at a meeting but couldn't physically be there. I don't want to zoom in from Antigua, but if there was a need at some point, that's why I'm asking.
Well, to me, that's your discretion. And I don't even see that it needs to be in the procedural bylaw.
Okay.
I'm right or wrong. I mean, staff or Angie's role, it's up to her. In your estimation, does that need to be in the procedural bylaw?
No, the procedure bylaw speaks to electronic participation by staff as it is now, so that would be at, again, Angie's discretion.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think it is just as council are at the discretion of the mayor, staff are at the discretion of
Yep.
our CAO, and that's equal.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, the only thing I'd like to add to that is when we do this, I know there's going to be situations where things are short turnaround time, but if the member of council knows well in advance, because we have to set up a link and make sure that everything works and switch to kind of different procedures for electronic participation, that would be appreciated.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'm still a little bit cautious about a full at the discretion of the mayor, no limits on council zooming in, because we're not only talking about us, we're talking about future terms. And while a future council can absolutely change their procedural bylaw, I sort of worry about maybe someone will want to run for mayor who has no intention of spending any time in Algonquin Highlands. And then, they're zooming in every council meeting. Like, I think there's a natural, I think the intention is worthy of being set as your expectation is to join us. And if you can't, it's exceptional, rather than it being at your discretion, which might be interpreted in any number of ways.
I mean, to me, that's totally understood from the beginning. How we document that, I don't know. I mean, that should be understood. You're expected to be here. Actually, kind of expected to live here.
I'm gonna look at Dawn. I'm wondering if maybe wording could be included to capture that would say, if it was for an extended period of time, whatever that might be, that approval of council would be required.
Well, actually, there was a case on county council where someone had a broken leg and needed to receive approval from county council as a whole to any kind of extended thing. But I mean, we could say something like, where is it? It is hoped that members of council will be present for all meetings. Whatever. You're,
Yeah, I'll put some wording together for
okay.
council review in the draft bylaw.
Was there anything else on the procedural bylaw? Okay, I could have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and adopt those recommendations that we've made. You have another comment to make?
I'm sorry.
I could see that this is not just a yay.
No, I apologize. This is the third time that I've done this. Is this also where we talk about including county council conversation in our agenda? Or does,
That's also, I think,
That-
has been
that is part of
understood
it.
that
Okay.
we're going to do that. And I think there was one that we were going to take out. For the life of me right now, though, I can't remember which one it was. But it seemed to me that there was a recommendation for you from you that we didn't need to have one of them that's listed now. But anyway, it's coming back to us, so we'll have further opportunity. You got a mover and a seconder?
No.
Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Richards, Councillor Shortreed. And my apologies to you for misleading you on time requirements.
it's okay.
It's under control?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Moved by Council Richard, second by Council Short-Reed. Be it resolved, council receives clerk's report CO 524 regarding options for procedural efficiencies during council meetings, and further council directs options 1, 2A as amended, 2B and 2C identified in the said report be included in the draft procedural bylaw and brought back to council for further consideration.
Moved by Councillor, or did you have a question? All in favor? Thank you. What? Pardon? I'm sorry. I thought you were pointing at the snowfall. Councillor Richards.
I was just wondering, I really would like to have the housing discussion today because it's fresh in our minds from this morning. But we are getting, pretty late. I'm happy to stay though. If we could have like a little bio break though. Mm.
I completely agree with what you're suggesting. However, I'm just, we're not done yet. And it's getting late. I would really have one, I added it to the agenda because I thought this is the perfect, we'll put it all together. We've got Sean here. We can, sort of get all the ideas out of his mind but we can do that. I mean, we've heard the delegations, we can ruminate and think about them and put it on our next agenda. Although, having said that, I think I had asked for additional a parking discussion at our next meeting. It's one or the other. Like big picture discussions, I think we can only have one per meeting. And so what would happen is that we'd have housing at our next meeting, parking at the meeting after that. Okay? Welcome, Sean. First up, Committee of Adjustment.
Yes, thank you. Nothing from me, but happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Any questions on Committee of Adjustment? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of January 25th? Councillor Berry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Short-Reed. Be it resolved, Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes dated January 25th, 2024 be received for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And a proposed shore road allowance closing on Top Lake.
Yes, this is a bylaw to close this shore road allowance. So it was, notice was circulated to the commenting agencies as well as neighboring property owners. No comments or objections were received. So staff are recommending approval of the bylaw.
Are there any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to approve the application? Councillor Short Reed and Richards.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, second by Counselor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 1224 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 5, concession 2, geographic township of McClintock, Talk Lake. And that council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. So do we need a resolution to defer the housing option discussion? Just, Councillor Barry.
I support deferring it, but is there like 5-minute discussion of what we thought of the presentation or where we stand from that?
Yeah. We need to wait for my mic to go. Yes. Okay, so we'll have a quick discussion. Just as for your first and uppermost thoughts about what we heard, starting with Sean. Sorry, Sean. Was there anything that you heard today that you thought, any aha moments for you?
They were all great presentations. I think there's, little bits of each one that could prove useful in the township and really benefit, supporting housing in the area. I mean, off the top of my head there are the 4 properties that, staff have identified and brought that to council, and all seem suitable for some form of development. I think it's just a matter of, having further discussions with the interested parties, coming up with some sort of concrete plan and bringing that back to council for consideration.
So you need a bit of a longer discussion from us to get direction from like who we'd like to talk to and what we're
yeah,
really hoping to do.
most certainly. Yeah.
Councillor Richards.
I think what we need is a mix of housing. I'd like to see us sell 2 of those properties that are not really suitable, that would have funds to invest into the other properties. And I'd like to see them bring forward proposals, particularly for the airport property, to see how we can best create as much density in a mixture as possible.
Councillor Barry.
I was initially quite taken by the first 2 presentations by Habitat for Humanity and Places for People. I feel that that's like our closest connection geographically. We already have a bit of a working relationship with them. But that being said, I'm not putting the tiny community out of mix either. I think they all offer something just a little bit different. I think I'd like to hear more from Sean about possibly those 4 properties and which place would work best. I don't know if we would go into a partnership with all 3 places, probably not.
Mhm.
But I think there's possibility, definitely with the first 2 and maybe something larger with the third one. That's kind of where I see it. I do agree that we need a mix of rental as well as purchase, and I think maybe people that can't get into the housing market of like, the $600,000 house, having something out of a smaller thing is a starting point for people. And I think that's what's really needed in a lot of cases. And then I think there's also people that are trying to downsize and can't afford to get into something smaller either. So I think there's an opportunity in many areas.
Councillor Short Reed.
Yeah, it's going to be a much longer discussion because each one had really good points. And I could pick out from each one which would really suit us well. I really liked was it Habitat where we donate the land, we can have a unit in lieu of, which, man, that'd be a nice bargaining. And then if we don't use it, another township could use it. Like, to me, that's a nice thing to have.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I was extremely buoyed by the presentations, in particular the first 2, although I'm still very curious about the third. I'm in line with Councillor Barry on that. I was most taken by and happy to hear about the level of flexibility and outward thinking. They're not set in their own boxes of how we want to get stuff done. Each of them has a broad, very open way of considering how to provide housing, who it could be for, how it could be financed, and what partnerships could look like. And since I have come onto council, we've not embarked on a bold, possibly a little bit risky new partnership, like a solid partnership with a charitable organization. And I think this is a really good opportunity for us to explore doing that. These are highly reputable potential partners. We all have the same goal. And if I might continue to look for, I guess, for two little parts, it would, the first would be the real importance to our businesses here in Algonquin Highlands to have housing for businesses and services, to have housing for people who will support our our businesses and services here, rather than it being open to all. So maybe someone from Toronto who wishes to come up here and live in a smaller space, of course they're welcome, but we really are trying to get people here who are going to be supportive of our local businesses and services. So I wouldn't want to lose sight of that. And the other piece is the environment. And I know building environmentally sustainable housing costs more. I get that, but it would be great to continually keep in mind that that is also our goal, and to see how we might continue to marry those two needs as is reasonable.
Before I wrap it up, because I'm not going to say much different than what I've already heard, I just sort of looking to you for thoughts that you might have had, and I'm sorry to have put you both on the spot, but I mean, you both play a big role in how we move forward with this, so your thoughts are equally important.
The only question I guess I would have is sort of to understand the type of housing that council's looking for. As far as, are you looking for, I heard Councillor Richards say a mix of housing. Does that mean mix as far as affordability? Is that what council's looking for? Or is it affordable housing at like full stop? Or that's kind of what we need to know.
I mean, for me, I don't think Algonquin Highlands should be looking at that traditional affordable housing, because that type of housing requires transportation that we don't have. So I'm looking at the modern word of affordable housing, being that, it's what people can afford, that are working class or driving class, or are not going to require a lot of other amenities that we don't have. By mixture, I mean, I like mixing probably all three of them, even into one community, where we have rental options. We have, very low affordable to own options and traditional affordable to own options. And that's what those three represent. And I'd like to see them all together. And I think we gain density by doing it that way.
I've got to say just simply that I found all three presentations to offer different tidbits and opportunities. I find it really exciting to see that we do have options, and that they are open to different models, that it's not like all fitting into the same box. I liked it that a lot of them were taking the environment into consideration. I think we have to be very careful about what property we use for what. I'm not sure that we can easily offer that expanse of options. Like I do see us offering affordable housing. What does that mean? We need to establish kind of what that means to us. I do like the idea of tiny house developments. What exactly is tiny? I know that I think it was 384 square feet, and we've got a minimum of 400. So we've got a little work to do in that regard. Is there going to be a mix of small homes? Are they all tiny homes, or there would be some, like if you're talking about a mix, maybe you could have, you know, a number of 400 square feet, maybe a number of like maybe 600. So that's a small house still, 600 square feet. That there be some flexibility there. You know, I think when it comes to transportation, the property that we've got on 118 offers the best opportunity for at least, you know, something like easier transportation from the other properties that are a little more remote. But to me, they've offered us lots of food for thoughts, lots of opportunities. I really like the opportunity for partnership. I was excited about the idea that, you know, that we could trade off property, equal, but from what I understand, it's equal value for equal value, the property for units that we could make available for whatever. You know, whether it's for staffing, I'm not so sure that, you know, if we go to the effort of doing a housing development, that we're going to offer it to other municipalities. But because we have our challenges of our own right here, and I really like the idea of offering housing that will ultimately serve our economy here. That the biggest thing is you know, people that can't work here because there's nowhere for them to live. And that to me is really important. So I you know, I look forward to a longer discussion, and we've got time to sort of percolate, as do staff. And we'll have a greater discussion next month. Having said that, yep, absolutely.
Is there an expectation that we start to work on next steps? Or are we just going to wait for the bigger discussion from council next time?
I don't think you've got enough direction from us to look at next steps. I think that we need to wait for a greater discussion. I guess what I would like is to, when we do have that discussion, to have those links available that we had today, and to have something that shows the properties that we have, again, with the size of them. And I can't see that we would need anything more to have an open discussion. Deputy Mayor Day?
Perhaps with the sole exception of the concept of communal services like water and septic, and if it's a, you know, what are the implications for some of those ideas given our bylaws and what we're able to do? And the fact that we don't have water and sewage. You know, any general insights that we should bear in mind on our way forward could be valuable.
I would like to know, in response to that, where the province sits on communal services. I know that they've made a statement about it, but I don't think that they've included that in any official documentation yet. We do have the model, I think it's Renfrew County, that have started a communal services project, and have been allowed to do that. It obviously, communal services allows for much greater density. So, you know, I guess any information that you could maybe dig out about that for us might help.
Sure. Well, I mean, I can just quickly address communal servicing. So right now, the provincial policy statement has a hierarchy of preferred servicing of residential properties. The first being municipal water and sewer, which obviously we do not have. The second would be private individual servicing, followed then by communal servicing. So there is some, it would likely require an official plan amendment for communal servicing. But that's something that staff can look at for sure.
Well, and it's my understanding that if you enter into communal servicing, that there needs to be like a basically a separate corporation established that becomes responsible for that communal servicing. Because right now, if we approved a subdivision and there was private servicing associated with the development, if something went awry with that system, we would end up being responsible. Whereas if you set up a separate corporation, that removes the liability from the municipality and puts it to the corporation. So, I mean, and I don't know, you know, what steps we would have to follow to do something like that. But I mean, that's something that we can follow going down the road. Did I see your hand up, Councillor Richards?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like the tiny homes had solutions for that. in incineration, and staged into possible communal housing. So I question if the corporation needs to be the municipality having a separate corporation, or the development itself can have its own corporation, like a condo.
Well, I mean, that would have been something, would have been, who assumes responsibility for that, for setting that corporation up, depending on the model that you, I mean, in the case of Habitat for Humanity, you're turning the property over to them. So, you know, they would, I would assume they would take on the responsibility, but, you know, we'll need a little bit more. I wasn't entirely clear on, and I think that we need to decide whether or not we were going to accept a composting toilets. You know, I could see the transition, and I've seen models where there's been, you know, pumped like or trucked in water. Everybody has their own tank, but I mean, that's I've lived there. That's problematic. Anything else? I mean, we're obviously we're gonna have lots of chance to talk about this and lots of investigative work going forward. Any other thoughts? Okay, let's get into external board meetings. Anything on Dorset Partnership or the Health Hub? No. Upper Trent Water Management Partnership.
The next meeting is scheduled for March 5th. So nothing to report at this point. The Muskoka watershed, we were all there Friday. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Dayu and new mayor. So it was an interesting day, I have to say. Most of it I've heard over the past year for me. But it helped to trigger some imaginations of things that we could do. And of course, you know, they're looking to our commitment during our budget discussions to supporting the work that they do. Particularly on the report card that they do for the health of our lakes, which I do think is very important data for us to have. I know for some of our other lakes, we have, you know, U-Links and lake associations helping us out. We need more of it to be able to make informed decisions when it comes to protecting our lakes.
I thought it was great information. The only thing that does kind of worry me is that they're definitely in, you know, moving in the direction where they can get out of the business. They want another group formed, or, you know, someone else to assume responsibility, and how that goes will be interesting to see. Any comment you wanted to make on the Muskoka Watershed Council, seeing how you were there as well?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the day. Having not been part of the conversations over the last number of months, I found it to be quite revealing, and the most revealing piece of it was how interested the participants were in really listening hard to what the presenters were saying and thinking beyond their traditional political jurisdictions to see how we might work as a watershed, which is not, it's not a construct that we have currently in our political world. There seemed to be a cautiously optimistic appetite for that, and certainly there was, I would call it almost permission from the presenters, from those who have been through these sorts of projects before, to be pretty messy about it, to, you know, to recognize that it takes time. Every model is going to look very different. It has to be based on actual needs in your particular watershed, and that is okay. That it doesn't have to be a really, really formal process. It can be far more organic than that. And I thought that was a great thing to hear. It gave us the ability to kind of cool the worry a bit that it might be an impossible thing, and just look for what might be possible in the collective participation of our protection of our watershed. Because, you know, we in Algonquin Highlands, we've got the advantage of being in the headwaters, but it's also the disadvantage, because if we are going to be asked to participate financially in a project which is all about protecting folks further down the watershed, then we don't see as for our taxpayers, there isn't an immediate benefit for that. There is in a general sense, but not an immediate sense. And it sounded like there's no reason why this has to be a set formula where every municipality is participating in the same way. So I was relieved to hear that. And I look forward to continuing the conversation.
We did make it quite clear that we were not in Muskoka. Um, But it was an extremely well-attended function and everyone stayed from start to finish, which was, I mean, it doesn't always happen. Because I'm sure that some of the information had been heard before numerous times. Community policing. The province Solicitor General has now approved the police board. The county will be going forward with establishing the police board. Membership for that board has been identified. There will be one public member from the county that's appointed by the county. How we choose that member has not actually been established, although there has been some, one person has been recommended by numerous people to be that community member. No names to be mentioned at this point in time. There will be one representative at the present time, one representative from county council, at which we may change and add as a second member of the public. Because there's also one representative from each of the 4 municipalities, which has been deemed to be the mayor, and we're not looking for duplication. So that you wouldn't have more representation in one municipality than another. There was also talk about revolving, having a public member from Highlands East for 2 years, from Dysart for 2 years. So, there's a little bit of massaging to do. The board is to be in place, I think it was April the 1st, which is a pretty quick turnaround considering that, each of the municipalities have to put a name forward and we have to choose a public, at least one public member. But it seems to be understood that we can go ahead and start meeting while those things are being adopted formally by the province. What else can I say about that? The CPAC as it stands right now will dissolve and be replaced by the policing board. And there is one provincial representative that will sit on the board. And I think that was to be chosen by the county or by Alberta County as a whole, but approved by the province. It's interesting that they would say that the board must be in place by April the 1st, but it's going to take possibly up to 2 years to approve the provincial representative. It's like, what? But anyway, it's in the works and it's kind of exciting. It will be supported by the community safety and well-being coordinator with a little bit of additional administrative assistance coming from county staff. That's about all I can say about that. Angie, go ahead.
Is county looking to, for a resolution from each of the municipalities to appoint the mayors?
I suspect, now that was not actually vocalized, but I would suspect that we will have to do that. I mean, it was accepted that it would be the mayor. So I don't, I'm not sure, but we'll have to double check that and make sure that we do it at our next meeting.
Yeah, I would think that if it's appointments from the local municipalities, it will have to be resolutions from the local municipalities. So, but we can put that on the next agenda or two.
I don't know that there's anything from community safety and well-being, or is there?
Lots of ongoing work. Last meeting we discussed, in fact, the police detachment board, that took up quite a bit to get everyone up to speed on that. We also discussed the fact that there's hopefully going to be a one-stop shopping online county hub for all sorts of social services. So if you need to find out, gee, my son is having a drug problem, where can I go in the county to get some support? You can go onto one website and look up what that might be, and that information will be beside lots of other types of information. So there's lots of activity in that general direction of centralizing the information that we have so that it's more accessible, either online or in a really interesting instance down where there's community housing in City of Portland Lakes, having various service providers all go to community housing at once to provide like almost like a Service Canada approach to offering support to vulnerable folk. And that's less relevant to Algonquin Highlands, given we don't have those communal housing facilities, but it's an interesting evolution in how services are being offered throughout the county, and worthy of note. So yeah, work continues.
Excellent. Thank you. Anything on Muskoka River watershed communications?
We did receive one email, and I'll forward it to everyone after this. Nothing surprising, below average snowpack. Not anticipating any form of flooding so far for the spring. But it looks like input to water to lake levels is going to be stable from what they can see right now. Not great, not glorious, but stable. So that's
Not
good too.
ultra low either.
That's right, and they'll just keep us appraised. And what they always say, and what we should always be saying too, no ice is safe ice. That ice levels should always be measured before venturing out onto them, especially in seasons like this where what used to be is no longer, at least not for this year.
Thank you. Community Climate Action Plan, there's been no meetings. And I do have to say that the Corey McKay her position will not be filled in this upcoming year, that the planning department at the county will be looking after any climate change activity that goes on. And that's kind of where that sits right now. As disappointing as that might be for some of us. Nothing under general business. Is there any notice of motion? Hearing none. I did support and I can't remember the name of the Township of Calvin's correspondence. I would hope that somebody would second that correspondence. Support for that resolution. It's the National Firefighting Strategy. You'll second it? That's Councillor Richards. Was there any other correspondence that you wanted to support?
Not for support today, but the piece of correspondence from Prescott Russell regarding the AMO review of how our relationship as municipalities with the province is going, and how it has to be restructured. I think that really is worthy of consideration, but I don't want to just say, yeah, what Prescott Russell says. I think there is a Halliburton version of this story, and Gary Dyke at County gave a very good and succinct preamble to that just the other day. And I would encourage either at County or at lower tier to maybe take our own stab at this sort of correspondence, because how this debacle of a relationship with the province manifests itself from one municipality to another does differ, and we've got our own challenges, which are not particularly reflected in Prescott Russell.
I would suggest that might be better coming from the county level, and that it might be an idea for you to just zip off an email to Gary, copy myself, and just ask if he consider drafting a letter with
Sure.
respect to that.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be great. So, okay, so we can go ahead and read that one resolution.
Mayor Danson, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council support Calvin Township's resolution urging the federal government to commit to additional funds for cost sharing of provincial firefighting and to consider the development of a national strategy of firefighting. And copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honorable Graydon Smith, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry of Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence summary listing? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Council Richards, seconded by Council Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives the February 15th, 2024 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve the bylaws? Councillor Berry, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Council Berry, seconded by Council Richards. Be it resolved the following bylaws be received and read a first time, consider read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. 2024-12 Shore Road Allowance Closing Glasworthy, 2024-14 Records Retention.
All in favor? That's carried. Could I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Council Shortreed. Be it resolved, confirmatory bylaw 2024-15 be received and read a first time, considered read a second, third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Council Shortreed, seconded by Council Berry. Be it resolved, the regular meeting is hereby adjourned at 4:02 PM.
All in favor? That's carried.